but I'm going to ask Martha Page to please sort of frame the evening, because we have a number of items, and we're trying to do things in an efficient manner, so I asked her to just share a few thoughts, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor mentioned, this is the first of the additional work sessions you approved, the goal being to get information to you to discuss, not vote, but perhaps provide some guidance, answer questions, make sure that we're providing you the information we need. As much as possible, our commitment was to try to keep that to a reasonable amount of time, which I've sort of gauged at 3 hours in order to keep us honest and perhaps help you. We've put some estimated times that we think might be necessary in two ways. One is how much staff presentation time is, and then how much time we think might be reasonable for you to discuss or ask questions at a high level about that topic. It is a guess, but it is a framework to allow you to focus your comments and conversations. The notepads might be helpful for that. Really so that we aren't at 10 and 11 and still have 2 or 3 items to go. So we're trying to be true to all of the topics that are on here. One of the ways, in addition to the notepads, that can help is, and we haven't done this in a while, and for Councilmember Wendell it might be new, is we talked about staying out of the weeds in the past. And we've joked about that, but also sort of tried to help each other do that. And if that's something that I could do that helps that conversation for you, I'm happy to do that. We're going to kind of try to do a little bit of timekeeping as well, and maybe reassessing after, just to try to see how to make these sessions most effective for us. Does that help? Does council agree to try in it that way, at least this first time? They won't all obviously have 4 or 5 topics, but this will at least help us figure out what we want to do. So for most of the presentations tonight, you have staff that's going to make a presentation as quickly and as succinctly as possible, and then turn it over to you for questions. The exception to that is really Courtney's presentation, where she's going to ask you some questions, look for your feedback before she goes on.
We're on item 3F, which is roundtable discussion. There's a number of items on there. Vicky's was going to look into hers. I don't have the list of them right with me. Is there anything urgent, or would we like to revisit this at a later date?
Next month.
Why don't we? No, why don't we just? I mean,
I would ask that if we could do one item.
Which one?
The strategic planning or the town council retreat agenda.
Oh, that's
oh, okay.
That's
all right.
Yeah.
And
no more.
hold the others.
Yes.
Okay with that?
Yeah. Can we move? Are we going to do the roundtable next week then, or the one? Just no for the next.
We'll let staff determine workload and
I'll look at the
see
agenda
what's
and talk to you.
Okay.
because
Just sometime in the future.
we don't want to punt it a third time. So ideally, we'll try to manage it. Thank you very much for making that suggestion. Thank you, Council, for being amenable. And I think Todd's going to go over this one for us.
Yes, real quick. Just handed out the council retreat agenda. This agenda was put together based on feedback you all gave. Just a few things to highlight there. We will hold a retreat in Kannapolis this year. We will stay at the Hampton Inn. Kannapolis, the city of Kannapolis will facilitate the strategic planning, meaning that we will hold our meeting sessions in their city hall. They will provide transportation to and from the hotel for us. There's 2 things on our agenda that are not flexible. When we depart for Kannapolis and when we return, we are going to take the Amtrak train. And as you know, the council retreat is on February 23rd through the 25th. We will depart on the 23rd from Town Hall at 11 a.m. We'll provide shuttle transportation from here to Cary to board the train. Amtrak recommends you arrive 30 minutes to 1 hour before departure. Our departure on Fridays at 11:58 a.m. We're expected to arrive in Kannapolis at 2:45 p.m. Once we get there, we will take a downtown tour. As you all know, Kannapolis is in the process of revitalizing their downtown. By the time we arrive in February, their demonstration project should have broke ground. So if weather permits, we will walk through their downtown over to the City Hall. That's about a quarter-of-a-mile walk. So please dress appropriately. If it's raining, inclement weather, we'll do a windshield tour. Once we get to City Hall, we'll do a tour of their City Hall that was built a couple years ago. In particular, where we will have dinner Friday night at the Laureate Center. That is a facility that serves both the city needs as well as the community. For example, they hold their city council meetings in this space as well as rent it out for various events in the community. So I think you'll find that interesting how they're using and addressing their space needs. When we finish up our business that night, we'll go back to the hotel. Breakfast at the hotel, or breakfast is on your own at the hotel each morning. Saturday, we will depart from the hotel at 7:45 a.m. And then that morning, we'll start our strategic planning discussion. You can see the various topics we're going to cover that morning. Breaks are scheduled throughout the retreat. We'll take a lunch break, and after lunch, we'll get into a CIP discussion. And then the rest of the afternoon, we'll start our development topic discussions, affordable housing being first, and then the airport overlay district discussion. Dinner that night will be announced at a later time. We're still planning that. Again, breakfast on your own at the hotel. And Aaron, I do believe they provide a continental breakfast there. We'll depart at 7:45 a.m. and we will continue our development topic discussions, starting off with transportation-related topics. And then we'll have additional time to continue any other discussion we need to related to development. And then we'll have a recap of the retreat. And again, our departure time, there's no flexibility in that. I realize that you're seeing this for the first time. After you've had a chance to read and absorb it, if you have any feedback, any questions, we'd still like to hear it.
Are we all taking the train? I know you had asked.
Yes, we all are taking the train.
That's great.
So I'd like to add a wrinkle.
Uh-oh.
That's what you pay me for. One of the things that we've periodically talked about, and what we've done with every other retreat, is just a session on working relationships, not only amongst the town council members, but town council and staff, et cetera. Initially did not include it on the schedule, and then it's gotten pretty full with other things. We looked at whether we could find places in it, and the reality is no, we can't. I looked at some of the sessions before the retreat to see if there was opportunity to do that. Since we're here at 11:45, the answer to that was no. There wasn't a time to do that. It's still a valid and worthwhile option to do that could perhaps even help us going into the retreat. So the two ultimate options, aside from another scheduled meeting that I identified that I'm sort of throwing to you for your consideration, is for this schedule, for those of you that work, it's most of your day anyways. So if we wanted to schedule a morning breakfast here, that council could talk to each other for a couple hours before we departed for the train, that's an option. So rather than most of your Friday, it would be all of your Friday. The other potential option, as Todd and I talked, is dinner that night is likely not going to take 3 hours, that we could incorporate it some at the end of the day. But I say end of a long day. So that's just additional things for you to consider. You don't have to answer that question now. I would ask that you think about that. If you have any feedback you want to give me, let me know, and I'll be prodding you. You on? You in?
Yeah. We have 2 hours, 45 minutes in the train. Why can't we have a meeting there?
Because we don't have our own car. And that's not the kind of conversation you want to have with the general public.
We'll tell them to go somewhere.
So,
We have the pantry.
we actually looked into the rental of our own car, and it's just cost prohibitive. In order to do that, it's just cost prohibitive. It's too much money to do.
I guess, because I'm with you. Why don't I take advantage of the time we're together? I guess there's no way of figuring out how packed the train is or isn't.
We will say we're going to closed session.
Because you could have a whole car to yourselves.
I don't do that anymore.
2
I'm
hours.
out of that business.
So are you
Okay.
willing to pay
guarantee.
for that?
No, I mean a train car on the
Are
train.
you willing to pay for a train car?
Oh, is that what you meant by the?
what I mean.
Oh, no. I didn't know what you meant.
No,
Sorry.
I understood what she said.
If I could interject, we could take the retreat in and of itself, all-inclusive lodging, travel, everything, twice for what it would cost to
No,
rent a car.
no. I wouldn't even ask how much it was because I.
Nah,
Sorry, I didn't realize how what you meant.
I prefer that evening, I think, Friday evening.
I'd be okay with either of those, but I think it would help the council in general to have that session.
I agree. I think it would be helpful. I'm debating whether at the evening when we're all tired, glass of wine.
I'll follow up with each of you individually,
Like, oh, good.
over the next week. I'm just capturing you on a day that's already identified for us to be together. So I think it's a good solution. And the reality is if we have that conversation, because it would be unfacilitated other than by me. If we needed an additional session or you wanted a facilitator, then we could come back and have that discussion.
And you anticipate what? An hour, 2 hours?
Yeah, I think when we did it the last time, it was probably an hour and a half.
Right. I would do it in the morning. Friday is fine too. Either one is fine. Either one is fine. Yeah.
So more for those of you that have to take time off for work or make other arrangements for whatever reason, just look at that and weigh in for me, please. Thank you.
And the last thing I'll say, Mr. Slink, I know you requested the tour to be done at the end of the day on Sunday before we.
No, I just brought it up as an option. Oh, I saw that. It's no
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, and their staff availability is what we'd have to go with because, on Friday.
I understand.
Thank you.
No problem.
Looks nice. This looks like a really nice agenda.
Okay, if anyone has
Team
any
effort.
other ideas
Aaron,
about agenda
Martha,
items,
Myself and Jenny all help. So.
please reach out to Todd and let him know thoughts, and Martha will be reaching out to us about
Myself,
the...
Martha, or Aaron, either one of us you can reach out to with feedback.
So another good, fruitful meeting, everybody. What is the will of the council?
I move that
I'm going to adjourn.
Nobody can speak. We're half asleep.
And for a second?
I think.
That was the second? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it is 11:46. We are done for the evening. And the next item, we're going to move on to item 3D, Airport Boulevard and interchange betterments. Courtney, we're going to let you continue and move on this one. We have allocated 20 minutes for this one, 10 minutes of staff presentation. So let's ask our questions and try to keep it moving. Do you want questions during or after?
Since I'm covering this for Ben, you're more than welcome to ask me questions. If I don't have the answer, I will bring you back any answers, but he did need to leave unexpectedly. But feel free to ask. So a quick overview. I'm going to cover kind of NCDO projects, the proposed Triangle Bikeway, some transportation plan recommendations, and looking for some council direction and really the next steps. So for the first one, we have project I-5700, which is the I-40 Airport Boulevard interchange. And so on the screen, there's a kind of an image that shows the boundaries of the project. It's located on 40 in Airport Boulevard, and it's primarily located between Pleasant Grove Church Road and Slater Road. So Slater Road is the portion that's in our jurisdiction. What they are proposing to do is a couple of different ideas. So they are either going to install a diverging diamond interchange or a partial cloverleaf interchange. And for those of you that are like me, that's what they look like. So to give you an idea of the potential options that they're looking at. And really the purpose is to add additional laneage for traffic to enter and exit off of the interstate. It creates additional capacity. And they're also going to add a median on Airport Boulevard between Slater Road and the interchange. So some of the next steps. Currently, NCDOT is completing their preliminary engineering and design, and they are in what's called the betterments phase. And for those of you that do not know what betterments are, those are anything beyond the 5-foot sidewalk. So NCDOT will install the road plus the 5-foot sidewalk. But if we want lights, landscaping, a sidewalk that's wider than 5 feet, that they're don't know. That will be a question that I'll have to get an answer to.
I was thinking Lewis Stevens, but maybe we want one up here.
So we're talking about, we need to know what betterments are to include in the design. So a couple of different things. We're having a local officials and a public meetings, which is scheduled for January 30th. And the times are listed on the screen as well as the location. But they're going to have an informational meeting for local officials from 2 to 3:30. And then the general public open house for the rest of the community is from 4 to 7. And that's at the La Quinta Inn and Suites, which is on 1001 Hospitality Court. They really begin, they being NCDOT, expect to begin right-of-way acquisition in September of this year, and the project construction will begin in September of 2019. So at this point, really what we're looking at is the betterments and what we want to include. So we have our current design and our transportation plan, and we also have proposed designs going into the draft CTP. And I'm going to kind of piggyback onto the next item, which is really the Triangle Bikeway proposal. And that's going to, and I'm not sure if anybody's aware with it, but the Triangle Bikeway proposal is basically a bikeway that runs up, starting around Wade, adjacent to 40, then it hops off on Airport and plans to cut up Slater. So imagine your expressway for your cyclist. They don't have to intermingle in different ways. Well, if we do that, it's going to require wider right-of-way, most likely on Slater as well as Airport, both of which the Planning and Zoning Board recommended, but it's also going to include some other improvements. So if I'm going to quickly move on to the bikeway and show you a little bit more about that. Kind of covered a fair amount that's on that slide. My apologies, this is what happens when I pick up a presentation here. So it's currently in the proposal phase in Wake County. It has not been adopted, but at this point, we're really recommending making sure the betterments for the interchange include a 10-foot wide multi-use path, and then a 10-foot wide, actually part of the interchange, and then again a 10-foot wide multi-use path on Airport all the way up to the Slater. So we're recommending incorporating these changes, even though the bikeway has not officially been adopted by the county and prepared. We're trying to be proactive and make sure that we're securing the right-of-way and having betterments. So what I really need to know from this group this evening is if you would like us to continue moving forward with getting those 10-foot wide paths and appropriate right-of-way, and then we will be responsible for our portion of the betterments above the standard sidewalk.
So can you go back to the map then? Because how much are we talking? How much of that is really in Morrisville on Airport?
This one. So here's Slater.
Yep.
So factory shops, interchange, down to Slater where the new stoplight was installed. So it's not a very long distance. I don't know the exact linear footage. I'd have to bring that back to you. But that's the distance that we're talking about.
And it would conjoin with the bikeway where? Along 40 there?
The Trenton Road is technically where it would start, and then it would come all the way up here to Airport. Peel off on Airport, then go up to Slater to RTP.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's good, like, I
And
mean,
as we go further down, just the cost estimate.
So this would be one of the items that, and we've experienced this a couple times. We've made future year funding commitments through the signing of an NCDOT agreement, and they'll actually provide some of the estimate of that cost, and that's what would come back to you, I think, in several months.
And so the construction is not till September of 19, you said?
That is correct. The right-of-way acquisition was September of this year and estimated, and then the estimated construction time for the interchange itself
Okay.
would be,
okay.
yeah, so the bikeway itself is just in the preliminary
yeah, bike.
stages. It's just us really visioning forward, trying to make sure that we have that incorporated in case it does come to fruition.
We have to pay for the right-of-way acquisition for our section?
I don't, well, we're responsible for betterments, but I don't know about the right-of-way. I will have to clarify that. I don't have the exact answer.
Courtney, can you go back to that, whatever that name that you used for that interchange?
Double
What is it
diamond,
called?
diverging diamond.
That's what you'll see at is probably doing the same thing at aviation or considering it.
I don't know what they are proposing there.
So how much land are we losing? Is there any, like, there are a lot of hotels and other things, right? Like when they're going the A, B, C, D, are we losing any of the existing, any of,
I don't think there's anything there now.
I do know that with some of the designs they were looking at, that the hotels that are actually on the Cary side were impacted by some of the designs, but I don't know if anything factory shops, because really factory shops is the only portion of that intersection that's in our jurisdiction. So the street across where Wendy's is located, that's the town of Cary.
oh, on the other side, Lakita and all this?
So where you have, there's a hotel and Carmen's Cuban Cafe, that little corner is Morrisville.
Okay. Moving right along.
It's a really exciting project.
Get out of here by midnight.
Oh, yeah, I got my pajamas in the car.
So then, moving on to transportation plan recommendations. And these are really some of the highlights that came out of 2 meetings with the Planning and Zoning Board. Some of them, and go quickly through these. So in the 2009 transportation plan, again, it was an 8-foot wide multi-use path on both sides of the road on Airport with a recommended 6-foot wide bicycle lane. The draft plan includes 5-foot wide sidewalk on the north side of Airport and a 10-foot wide side path on Airport Boulevard. And we just wanted to let you know that through this recommendation, this is what we're planning on using moving forward through these conversations with NCDOT, that we are asking your permission to depart from our 2009 adopted plan and move forward with the draft plan. And since our responsibility is to make sure we're adhering to adopted plans, it's one of those few instances where we come to you and ask to kind of go down a different path if your permission, which I think previously you said that was probably okay based off what I asked earlier.
You refer to this as the cross-section?
These are this is the current cross-section.
Right.
This is the proposed cross-section.
Did we need the 10-foot on the north side or the south side?
It is,
South side.
it said 10 foot on the south side of Airport Boulevard. But that's a great question.
Well, here's the options right here, Courtney.
Right. So, so upon request from the town, NCDOT will construct betterments on Airport Boulevard as part of their project. And per policy, the town is responsible for 30% of the cost of constructing the new sidewalk and 100% the cost of anything beyond that. So if we want to go to the 10-foot, we are responsible for that at 100% of that cost, any street lighting, landscaping, etc. So the request is for from y'all this evening is option 1 is just to go consistent with the 2009 plan, or 2, request betterment to the draft plan, Or option 3 is to request betterments to provide infrastructure for Triangle Bikeway, which is to modify the draft plan, which is a 10-foot wide side path on the north side and 5 foot.
Just what
So
Mayor
really
Colley
switching
just
it.
said. So you want
So
to
it's
flop it.
opposite.
We're going to flip-flop, yes. So the flip-flop is what the PZB recommended, but it's not what's in the September draft plan. So option 2, September draft plan,
And the reason for the flip-flop?
Triangle Bikeway, so that when people pop off 40, they're right there and you don't have another crossing mid-block.
So clarifying what you're saying is PZB has already recommended a change to what had been in a draft to match option 3.
That's correct. Thank you for rephrasing
That's
that.
what would come to council is option 3 in the revised draft plan. Okay.
And thank you for letting me muddle through somebody else's presentation. I
And this is a
appreciate
question
it.
for Ben too. Is there any money out there that can help us when the time comes?
For betterments.
Yeah. He's pretty good about.
So next
giving us
steps,
around that.
let's see what he has here. He did have, just reading through here, he's looking at some type of cost share, but that's really just as associated. I'll have to ask him if there's any options out there. I didn't see any specifically listed.
And if we could have some clarification of where the Triangle Bikeway goes once it's going up to RTP, is there any opportunity for us to connect to it, to any of our greenways or anything like that? That would be really nice to sort of be part of that system.
So once it goes Slater, my understanding is Slater, since it goes into Durham, it follows Slater up into Durham. You want to know if there's any other path that it possibly
Could connect to.
How can we get some of our riders onto it?
There is a path actually I've seen in the Triangle Cog that you can go to the other side and it bifurcates both sides into RTP and the Durham side.
Okay.
There's, I think, what is the greenways? It connects into both sides of the greenways.
Okay. Just being able to connect it to our residents gives us a little bit better rationale for doing it.
I heard Sig's presentation when he gave, I think, 6-7 months ago in the Triangle Cog.
Okay, nice.
And then I have one last request, and this is on Lewis Stevens, so it's not even on the presentation, is wanted to know if council would be okay if town staff worked with the town of Cary staff on the betterments for Lewis Stevens, since what's in the Wake County plan, what's in the town of Morrisville plan, and what's in the town of Cary plan don't currently match. If you would allow us to kind of work together to come up with a uniformed approach to betterments. And once we come up with a decision, we'll come back to you. But I want to make clear is they're promoting much wider paths than what we have. So there may be increased cost to some of these solutions, but we're going to bring them back to you all the same. Just wanted to make sure you're okay with us speaking to them.
Is that the only thing you're talking about? What other?
What?
This particular conversation is only about betterments on Lewis Stevens.
I mean, which betterments? Just a wider sidewalk or what?
That's the
what are
only one
betterments?
I am aware of. I can loop back and see if there were other conversations besides the.
What else is being floated that
Right,
we're not
it's
all in
bike
sync
lanes.
with?
Bike lanes. Was it 2-lane, 4-lane? Like our,
Starts off as 2, but then goes to 4, and then cross sections, or crosswalks for their neighborhood and ours.
Yeah, we'll bring, I think we need to figure out, it'll just take us some time to coordinate those meetings with staff, but that's, we know some of the elected officials are interested in that conversation. It's just going to be more productive. You're going to send it back to staff to work on anyway. So if we could do that at the front end, we could have a better discussion with you.
And I will follow up as soon as possible answering the question of, are we just talking multi-use paths? Or are we talking anything else?
Not to go totally off topic, but have we settled on a date with them yet, a joint meeting?
No, and that's why we
still-
wanted to have this conversation now, because we're at least to March. And the discussion about Lewis Stevens needs to occur. We need to provide them input before that.
Sure.
That's good.
And that little road connection will be in a month at the railroad crossing. So they want people to bike there.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Tanner, for both of those. Next item is 3E, Health Insurance Risk Pool, End Chip Discussion. Lori Shedlick, Human Resources.
Just waiting on the orange.
Great job.
But I was there over the weekend.
I don't know that I brought mine, so I need to share it with you. Wait, I can pull it up.
So it's, okay. Shut this, open that.
Yeah, so with your permission, while Lori's bringing it up, we'll tag team this one a little bit. So again, I want to preface this conversation. Nothing's wrong, nothing's broke, we're not trying to fix anything. But staff was presented with a proposal for a different approach to our health insurance that we wanted to share some information on. We don't have all the answers yet. We're really looking for some just general direction at this point. I mean, this is something you're going to see again at budget, but there was some time sensitivity to an ask that we're not tied to, but we wanted to get that information to you as soon as possible. All right, that's your cue.
All right.
Here's the baton.
Okay.
Baton.
Thank you, Courtney.
All right. So as Martha said, why we're not here is as important as why we are here. We're not here because we're worried about a high renewal percentage or something like that we're running to something else. This is a new opportunity that's been offered to us through our insurance broker, Gallagher and Company, and they are currently recruiting actively their current public sector clients as well as some clients outside of their client base. They are seeking some commitments to form the pool, which would be in effect July 1st. So some urgency if we wanted to join for this year, and there's an annual commitment only, would be approximately the end of this month. So that's why we're here at this time, also pretty early in what would be our normal renewal process for July 1.
And again, I'm just going to reiterate, just because they want us to commit by the end of January doesn't mean we have to commit, or that they wouldn't take us if we wanted to tell them in another month, or that we couldn't consider another joining year option of any of these.
Correct. So just to kind of get us to the same area, we're going to talk just briefly about our current plan, about the risk insurance pool, an overview of what that is, an overview of this North Carolina insurance pool, which they're calling NCHIP, and also talk about, we've touched base with the league as well, and also the state health plan, and then some next steps to be considered. So just to kind of briefly go over where we are with our current plan. We have what's called a fully funded plan, meaning that our claims are paid by the medical plan provider. Our premiums are based on our claims and a small percentage on our local community rating, they call it, but predominantly based on our plans, so our claims, and solely us being fully funded. So because of that, there's volatility that can come from year to year that you can't plan for. There can be a high claimant or 2 or 3 in a year that can't be planned for. You'll hear sometimes in the insurance industry, they'll talk about it as you can't run from your claims. So we do things like we make plan design changes. We work to have our wellness plan, for example. So we're always looking for ways to mitigate costs. But at the end of the day, you can't run from your claims. It's our claims and our claims experience that predominantly impact our renewals. And so that's what that means. Starting in this fiscal year, we began offering a dual plan option. Every year we look at ways to tweak our plan, make some changes that can be part of, what employees are requesting to help the town with those costs. And so we started with a high-low, it's the base and buy-up, we call it plan, basically a high-low dual plan option that we started this year. So just to go into just a little more detail, what we did the current year is we'd offered the dual plan option, the base and the buy-up. Basically, the big difference in the buy-up is that it has that health reimbursement account that the town helps to fund, and that's the difference in the two plans. We also looked at re-tiering our dependent premiums. Those were, over the years, we knew they were getting a little higher. And so we looked this year at how to re-tier those, and we did that successfully to bring some of those costs down for those employees that have dependents that they cover. We also introduced an employee contribution to the buy-up plan. So that's the richer plan, and with that came a $25 a pay period cost for that. The base plan we were able to retain at no cost. So kind of think of it as for those employees that maybe aren't a high user of the plan, they could pay the lower premium and then also not have any contribution. To utilize the plan and need of a richer plan, they started paying now some premium for employee only at the $25. We introduced that this year. We also were in our third year of a wellness fee. It's now, as of this month, would be $20. Employees can voluntarily choose to participate in our wellness program, and if they do that, they avoid the fee. If they don't, they pay $20 a pay period. So that also, to encourage that, we have that fee. And we know we need some time. Before this came to us, we just made some pretty significant changes this year, and we were wanting some time to evaluate the effectiveness of some of those cost savings that we anticipate and we think we're going to be seeing, and we would like to see some time to kind of evaluate that. So just again to kind of go over what is this introduction of this insurance risk pool, what is that? It does what we talked about with us having being fully funded and only our claims. It can protect against some of those individual claim hits you might have because now you're pooling with a larger group. So it helps to mitigate some of those costs. It spreads that risk across, again, a larger membership than just us, potentially. And it's not a new concept. The league has had this for a number of years, and now NCHIP would be a newcomer, I guess, into this idea, and that's what's being explored. So historically, and this is going to speak just generally, with an insurance risk pool, what are some of the advantages and disadvantages just in general? They're stable and predictable, again, because of those high-cost claims being pooled. They're generally lower administrative costs, again, because they're across more membership. And you generally will have higher buying power than just an individual group. Again, because of the larger group, greater purchasing power. Historically, some disadvantages are that you usually are limited in your plan design options. Often it's more expensive, would be expensive to our employees when we've looked at that, as comparable to our plans, meaning generally speaking, there have been higher out-of-pocket costs that our employees would face if we went to a pool. Again, just generally speaking when we've checked in prior. Initial funding is usually a requirement because in a self-funding option, you have to start somewhere. And so usually there's self-funding involved, and that can be cost prohibitive. So that's another potential general disadvantage. And then the overall pooled claims experience drives the cost. So what that means is in a low-cost year where maybe our claims are running better, we could be effectively paying for someone else's higher costs. Now, vice versa is true. When we're having a rougher year, we're helping to pool that also. But that's just something to consider. That generally speaking, we're having good years and we're paying potentially for someone who's not having as good a year. So then to talk more specifically about this proposal that's in front of us with this N-chip. Just an overview. So for the claims that would be coming in, we would be paying from the $0 to $40,000 range, we would be paying for our own claims fully. And that
person or per family or
all across the board, all of our claims.
40,000 per member, up to,
Zero to
and we
40.
all have different levels that we pay, but up to a cost of $40,000 per member is what our core premium structure would be based on.
That's right. And according to underwriting, that's very predictable. That's an easier to predict. In the 40,000 to 200,000 range, that's where we would share. We would be sharing those claims across the pool, and there would be a set cost that would be through underwriting. They would, per member, we would pay for that. So then that cost becomes predictable and becomes budgetable. And we have less of a year to year where we're concerned in a high claims year where we might have some peaks and valleys. So it helps to stabilize across a pool something that would become a more predictable number is what we'd be provided for that claims, those claims in those 40,000 to 200,000 range. And then for greater than 200,000, we would have, which we have today, something called stop loss protection, and that's where an insurance company they would engage an insurance company, the pool, and that's to be determined. That's not been determined who that would be yet, who would pay those high claims, those very high claims, 200,000 and above. So additional proposal information, again, as I mentioned, is that it's providing a predictable cost analysis across some of those high claims that tend to be unpredictable. It gives you some predictability now. They are not requiring an initial funding, which is the norm for most pools. They're not requiring that. What they're saying is by paying the premiums, there's a lag time in that first month or 2 months before a claim is paid, and that would be enough to fund it. And that's the model that they're using. They're basing it, their only client base that they are engaging, potential clients, is 100 plus, and that's good because, again, the bigger the pool, the more you're spreading it across more individuals. So that's a good thing. They have indicated that we can keep our current plan design, and really for that matter, any plan design of our choosing, that it's not about plan design or forcing us into pick 1, 2, or 3, that we have full flexibility with that and that we can retain what we have today. They have gotten a commitment from Blue Cross as the administrator and the physician network, so that would mean since we're with Blue Cross today, our employees wouldn't have to change. They'd have the same physicians and network that they do today. They've committed to that. There is a refund potential. So in that 0 to 40K that I mentioned, if our claims were under that, we would receive a refund. They would do a settlement at the end of the year, and we would receive a refund that could either go back into lowering the premiums for next year, back to kind of our pool for our internally. We could make decisions about that, but it would come back to the town. Fully transparent, so we would know the expenses and allotments for the plan administration, pharmacy, medical claims. We would also begin receiving, and this is because as a self-insured, we would be eligible for that. For this would be pool rebates. So with the pharmacy, Blue Cross, any rebates for the pharmacy plan that we have now, Blue Cross receives that because we're fully insured. We would begin receiving those rebates. So that's another source of where we could get additional funds coming back to the town. There is, as Martha mentioned, an annual commitment only, and there's no penalty to withdraw. We'll talk a little more about that on the next slide, but they are only requiring an annual commitment from year to year. And we would have a representative on the board of directors. So we would have someone from the town that would be on the board making some of these decisions, all of the decisions be involved in that as well, and that's a positive with that. So some of the disadvantages As I mentioned, we could get a dividend back for the 0 to 40,000, but if the claims were higher, we would owe a surplus. Now, what they've indicated to us is they would be very conservative in their underwriting to try for that not to happen, but that is a possibility that we could owe an amount at the end of the year when they do that settlement. And then we do have to consider, even though it's only an annual commitment, the reality is there is an impact of discontinuing membership. If we tried it, didn't work out, and we wanted to go back in, now we've lost some of that leverage that we have, having been in the fully insured with Blue Cross. We're very careful when we go out to market, very strategic when we make those choices, and so we can get the best renewal rates and proposals when we go out to market. So yes, we can go back and forth. We certainly can. But that's just something to know. It may not be so easy as just going back and forth. There's considerations to employees and, the impact to those on the plan doing something like that. Unknown, and there's some disadvantages with unknowns. We don't know about the pool demographics. It's just forming now, meaning they could be a sicker group, for example, than us. So that's just something you have to consider with that as well. We just don't know enough yet about the pool to know that, have that information. And then the structure and administration, it's new, so it's unknown, untested, all that's true because it's going to be a new pool. We did approach the league when we were doing, when we got this proposal, and we know the league has 30 years of experience plus. Traditionally, they have been for smaller populations, but they did indicate in our recent conversation with them that they had just enrolled their first 300 covered member city or town. So they are making some changes there as well. And they have a pooled option. Historically, there have been limited plan design choices with the league. We do have checked in periodically. We are with them for our dental. But historically, there had been limited plan design options. That is changing. Our understanding that is changing. And we have met with them. Martha and I just yesterday got a proposal from them that we are now reviewing. So we are in the process of conversation back and forth and getting some more detailed information so that we can really do a fair comparison of our current plan to the league.
And to the other pool
and the other
option.
Right, exactly. We did also look at the state health plan to see if that might be an option to at least look into, but they are currently capped and they're not accepting new applications at this time. We have some calls into them just to see if there's any opportunity that might open back up or not, but as of right now, our latest information is that they're closed to local governments. They have accepted them, but there is a cap, and they've reached that cap as to how many they will accept. And we did confirm that our current retirees would not be eligible to be on there, so we would, if we did explore that sometime in the future, we have to look at what other options we have for our current and future retirees. And in looking just generally, when I looked at the plan designs, they weren't comparable in the sense to our current offering of our buy-up plan. They had 70-30, 80-20 plans with coinsurance, and our fully insured buy-up plan has no coinsurance, meaning once you meet our deductible, you don't pay anything additional, 20%, 30%. These did. So there would be a change in what our employees would be offered if we went, from what I could see existing information that I have as far as the state health plan, there would be some differences in what we could offer the employees. But again, not available at this time that I'm aware of, and if it does open up, I'll let you know. But as of now, it's closed.
When was the last time they opened up?
They said as of July 1, they closed. So July 1 of 17.
But so they were open prior to
New
that.
membership, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't
Yes.
Cap membership?
Yeah. They had a limited amount of local government participation that they were accepting
Okay, got it.
during a certain window, and they met that cap. Yeah. So the next steps that we'd be looking at is if you want us to consider joining a risk pool, still go through kind of the process that we've been going through of looking at comparisons and comparing against what we have currently with the league and with NCHIP, and authorizing Martha and I to proceed down that road to what would be a preferred option, but kind of continue getting more information.
So you said you're still on the table as what we currently do.
Yes, so we still would be in a March timeframe to get our renewal from Blue Cross for our current plan. We have the proposal from NCHIP, and we have a proposal from the league that we're working on getting more information on.
When's your decision, you think? In March, you say?
Well, we would normally start looking at evaluating our health plan renewal in March for the budget process. And again, recognizing that we made what are relatively significant changes to our fully funded plan last year in order to help us balance our cost, and, employees sort of participating, making more choice. They have to think about their health care. That's why one plan had some associated costs, and then the wellness is until this proposal came to us, it's not something we as staff would have brought to you because we really wanted to evaluate our success at doing that. And we really don't know that answer, and I'm not going to know the answer until March. And every year under our full plan, you're at the whim of whatever you've spent in the last period of time, typically 24 months, that we've spent. Whereas with pools, you've got some typical trend that you can look at what they're doing. And we wouldn't be having this conversation with you had we not been approached. I would tell you at this point, both are telling us that they can keep us at break even or lower. Again, no experience with either. Right now, the information we've gotten from the two are not comparable, so we need some time to do that. If you think just the risk pool is the better option to not just short-term but long-term manage our costs, and I think that is the way you have to look at it, it's better to make that decision now. If we're not ready to do that, once we give you the information, if you're not ready to do that, then we'd go through our renewal process as we normally would. We see reports on a regular basis, quarterly, about how we're doing. And as Lori mentioned, we have 2, 3, 4 high-cost claims a year. Can't predict or control those. That's just the reality.
So I can speak with some level of authority on this.
Ken?
This is my world. Sorry. No, I was vice president of risk management for insurance risk management services down in Florida. I actually know Gallagher very, very well a number of years ago. And in my current role at Duke University Health System is something that we deal with and we see a lot as the director of hospital billing and collections and customer service and self-pay collections. What I will say is, given the current, in a self-funding world, as long as everybody is healthy, everything is fine. You get one person that has cancer or you have one person that needs a transplant and your self-funded world has just gone to kaput. So one of the tremendous value of being in a pool is that, and I can assure you, though we don't, nobody discriminates, but Gallagher isn't going to approach a very, 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 very sick population because it would only diminish even the profitability or the success of a pool. But you can tremendously reduce your risk exposure by being in a pool versus a self-funded plan, because as long as you have a very healthy group of folks, you're good to go. So,
and Councilmember Wendell, just want to clarify really for the group, we are not self-funded. We are fully funded.
I'm sorry, fully funded. Yeah, I apologize. You're right. But it is a strong key for organizations that want to, in the long term, as you said, and you said it absolutely perfectly, you can certainly have a greater range of prediction of what your costs are going to be over time because you spread your risk very, very far. One of the things to consider, too, if not necessarily going to lose by waiting too long, but you can potentially fill a pool, and then you wouldn't want to add additional risk to that pool either. So the risk abatement is very, very strong in this area. So I like
and Lori and I tried to do a lot of homework on this coming in. She and I talked about, if you asked us to make a recommendation, and I think, certainly we've tried to provide you a balanced picture because there is still more risk when you're sharing. But I think everything we are seeing is, the more members you have, you're just diluting what happens across all of you over more people. That's just the theory of it all. The proposals from NSHIP and the league, again, are not comparable right now for us to share that information with you. Again, we just got the leagues yesterday, really have some questions to, ask. And I don't think that'll take us a long time. I just want you to know, we want you to be able to have the conversation. We're not trying to rush your decision, but if you weren't even interested in a risk pool, we didn't really need to do all this work if you wanted to stick with what we have at this point.
So I have full disclosure. I serve on the North Carolina League of Municipalities Board of Directors. And the league is the one that also has a risk pool that we can join. And so we've had these conversations because the league is trying to get more municipalities into their pools. So this is a conversation that I've had at the board level with them. Of course, we talk about a lot of things. This is not the only thing we talk about. So get that out of the way. And clearly. I want to do what's best for the town of Morrisville. That, I could wear lots of hats, but my first priority is what's best for us. So I'll take that back to the way you started this whole presentation by saying there's nothing wrong. We don't have any issues. I'm not hearing that our rates are going up, and we just changed things for the employees a couple of months ago. So I'm not sure why we're doing this right now. And you even said, Lori, in the presentation, you wanted more time to see how our new plan is working, and if it's working to our benefit, short term, long term, we don't even know yet. So that's so I bring that up. I'm like, why don't we give our employees a break and not keep changing things on them?
Yeah. So just a little bit on that process, and Lori, chime in. So, when we're ready to start our renewal process under our current way of doing things, we'll go out and say, okay, give us, your renewal quote, and they'll go back and pull all that information, and they'll give us a number, and we'll go, what? We're not paying that. And as we've talked to you before, we've had heart attacks. I hate to use that analogy, but over 10, 12, 15% proposals, and there's municipalities out there that are getting 45 and 50% increases. And so, we go back and do some haggling, let's call it some haggling, to get that down. And we use our claims experience, et cetera. As Councilmember Wendell said, in that process, when we say, no, it should be this, they could very well go back and re-pull our claims. And if something's happened, again, we lose all our leverage. And that's just part of the risk that we take with the fully funded. It's all based on us. So.
No, I understand. I get that.
Yeah.
But now you're also talking about two other options. One that's a long-standing, has history, a pool that we can see some of that history and understand.
Clarify that. The league has been offering a pool for 30 years, but it's only been in the last couple that they've allowed some more flexibility in plan design option. That was not the case. It was some of those same things that Lori indicated. It was this, and this is all you had a chance for. It was very geared to much smaller municipalities that didn't have any buying power out in the market.
And that's changing
Yes,
too.
that is changing now.
And I'm not so concerned, but I'm more concerned with the one that's brand new, that has no history. And it's my understanding they're looking for municipalities. This is a pool of municipalities. This is not an open...
Counties.
Okay, local governments. So I would say that concerns me that there's no history there, that, I just worry about, and you spelled that out too. You were very clear about what some of the advantages are and some of the unknowns are. So,
Gallagher
so that gives
has
me heartburn,
history
too.
outside of North Carolina.
Yeah, but that's different.
Right.
That's different.
There's no history with this pool in North Carolina. They have been managing or administering pools since 1979. I think they have about 20 plus that they have administered. But you're totally correct. In North Carolina, this would be new for them.
Well, new for them in that you're not going to see the claims associated with that particular risk pool, but at the same time, they're not going to create a risk pool that they're not going to offer it out, or they're not going to seek from groups of people that have extraordinarily high claims, because it would be a detriment to that pool. So I think, the pool, the idea of a pool, it's very much like community health care. It's like your own little mini HMO. So the spreading of the risk is a huge plus. I mean, honestly, the experience within the pool wouldn't be a concern of mine, just because you're not going to necessarily get the experience of that pool. No one's ever going to tell you what all of the claims are for all of the individuals.
The bottom line advantage of this, I'm sorry, this is out of my wheelhouse, but the bottom line of this is that it would basically it would give us better predictability of our costs in the event that we had one or two claimants. I mean, is that the advantage long term? That I mean, there's other advantages, but the main reason driving this is because of.
So what NCHIP is saying is things become more stable, predictable, and budgetable. So that high claimant situation that can tend to spike up or down now becomes smooth, because you're paying a set amount for those claims in the 40 to 200K range. So now it becomes something that you can predict and budget for over
They're
years.
taking the handful of high-cost claimants across the whole pool, which is just a very small percentage of your members, and divided in over all the total members.
But over the
fully funded, for example, if you had a double organ transplant in a fully funded situation, you're going to have, your risk has just gone through the roof. In the pool, you would be capped at that certain level. Then there'd be a reinsurer, probably Lloyd's of London or somebody would be a reinsurer that would then accept that secondary risk, so that in
At
the
a
fully
cost.
funded.
That's not at a cost.
And we have a stop loss now.
But it's,
yeah, but it's less. We're always that.
Stop loss now, but again, it's all on us.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
just
there's-
it's
that
risk
stop loss.
reduction. It's not, it's not risk neutral, but it's definitely risk reduction.
And while you can't predict, like we said, you cannot predict the high claimant from year in and year out. What I can say is over the last 5 years, our average is 6.5%. So again, we're not here because we have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
We have been careful in plan design changes that we've made, and in introducing programs like the wellness program that, if you look at us over time, we're not, thank goodness, in that 40% renewal situation, and haven't been. So to speak to, that's the reality. Our past is 6.5% over the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's gone up and down,
Average.
but it's over the last.
Would you like to proceed?
I think we would do the due diligence on what we've been provided. I think what I would say to you is if you want to switch to self-insurance, that's not a decision, or excuse me, a risk pool. We don't think we have the luxury to say, well, let's wait to get our renewal in April and compare it. They want an answer now. And in either case, if we've got a July 1 plan year, there's significant work that would have to happen before that to make that change this year.
Satish, please.
I think last year, we had this discussion, and right before we came up with these two plans of thing, I think one of the slides, if I recollect it, you said there could be increase of 20% because of affordable living, affordable cost. What's that plan?
Cost of living, affordable health care.
Affordable health care, yeah, going up because of the funding getting decreased. Is that still the case? Because I'm talking as NCHIP, I'm thinking Blue Cross Blue Shield as a bigger pool itself. Because if in the marketplace, if the funding for that goes down, the premiums of it goes up 20%. And
I'm not hearing anything right now that with the Affordable Care Act there's anything additional. In some years we've had that because we know there are some fees that were coming on and things like that were, a certain percentage of our renewal had to do with that. Okay. I'm not hearing that this year.
So yeah, and it's not the payer. It's not Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's not the payer. It's the plan design that makes the.
Okay, so said that. Why, I'm still not understood the first one, why January 31st is NCHIP coming to us
They're trying to get their pool formed.
Okay, and then if that is the case, then why don't we go to Blue Cross Blue Shield and say, hey, what is our premium for July 1st? Why do we have to wait?
They want a certain amount of claims experience proximate to when our renewal is, and we're not there yet.
And really, it's most often in our best interest to get as many claims more current as we can to get that renewal. That makes sense. So if we say we want it now, they'd have to give it based on 24 months from now back versus give us a few more months. It might even look, could go up or down, but it's usually in our best interest to kind of wait a bit. But we can't get that earlier than that.
So
for the July 1 renewal.
So
because they also want to know as close as they can to that renewal to have it be as accurate as possible to our claims. So they want to get that closer.
So it's an estimate, right, for 2 months. So basically we're looking at March is already now January. By the time you go ask them, they come back. It's a 1 month, 30 days. So it's hardly any time left. So it's a whole negotiation.
Yeah,
I don't think
they're not going to do that.
They're not going to do that. We pushed them back in prior years due to budget, about as much as we can. And usually March is about the earliest that we press every year, believe me.
It's a complex, but they are weighting the more recent claims higher than 24 months ago. And again, that can help us or hurt us, but that's the approach they use. They want it as close to the renewal date to have the most accurate data of where we're at that point in time.
So NCHIP will increase their premium if we come in March?
They're trying to establish the pool. They need to get to a minimum level of covered members. So they're out there pitching to everybody right now to get people to join.
And they offered first to their current clients. And you do have to be, so to be in the NCHIP, just to clarify this, you do have to be a Gallagher client. To be a Gallagher client, you don't have to be an NCHIP. So we're Gallagher clients. We don't have to be we can stay with Blue Cross. But if we want to be an NCHIP, we have to be a client.
And that's probably related to what Councilmember Wendell said. They know their clients. They've got that information.
Right. So they went there first. Now they've gone out beyond client base.
Go ahead. As far as I do your due diligence.
The self-insurance?
Make it so.
I would say give them a year to establish themselves. I'm not sure why we're moving off of what we're doing right now.
We're just looking, is all I'm saying.
Just
I'm not saying go ahead and make a decision, but do
study it.
I would be curious if you could sort of do a scenario and look back at the last year. If we had been on NCLM, how would that have looked compared to what we are now? I'm a lot less comfortable going with NCHIP because they're unestablished, no history. I'd rather, if we're thinking about going to a risk pool, go to a risk pool that's established.
So that you can go back in time to recreate.
Yeah, and you got to. I think there's a little bit of semantics. It's not that it's not established and so there's no history, because you'd only be looking at claim history. So the pools already exist all over the place. And it's almost like a PEO, professional employer organizations, where you go out and you lease employees back to a company and it gives you a better rate because instead of having 100 employees, you now have 10,000 employees. Very similar, but it's just on the healthcare side. Again, it's don't think of it as a brand new company this is all a brand new idea, because it's not. It's a
business model that works.
It's a business model that works, and frankly, it's incredibly lucrative to the insurance organization, or they wouldn't do it, because they do know their client base and they know what that risk looks like. And the reason why it is attractive is because typically it actually saves people more money or it reduces your risk exposure more than anything else. So I wouldn't the idea of they don't have experience really, or it's untested is not good, because, and it doesn't matter if they had a pool in place right now, you wouldn't necessarily know what the pool risk is for all 5,000 members of that pool. You would never know that. It would just be an established pool. And what's going on right now is they're just building that pool from a base of clients.
So are we just purely going on price, or what our employees' experience are?
Staff perspective, I would tell you that our current plan design, our current network, et cetera, is very important to me. And not only, I'm not talking about me except for sort of representing the pool of employees. That matters a lot. The disruption to people with their health insurance is always challenging. So what we know from NCHIP is, because we're a Gallagher client, so they know our exact plan, that they can match that plan and our plan design. League has told us they can, but again, we just got general information yesterday that we haven't reviewed or evaluated to dig into those details to provide you a comparison.
So I'm going to, if I might, one more time, what do you all want to do from as a professional in this arena?
Well, a departure from what we currently do is a different policy discussion, so that's why it's here, is do you want to approach risk pools as a policy discussion versus what we have now? What we're telling you is we'd have more information to share with you if our plan had been consistent, but it isn't. So the purpose for changing the plan was to help us reduce our annual cost increase. We don't know what that is yet because we haven't gotten to that renewal in our first year of this plan design. So we don't have that comparison to offer.
So that's the problem.
Why isn't this something we're looking at next year when we have that, or even the year out?
And that could be the direction you give us. We were approached by this. We felt we had to bring it to you to discuss.
So we recognize what we're asking you is without the data. We don't know. We can't sit here and say, and here's our renewal for Blue Cross, and here's what you should be considering, because they're coming to us at different times, and NCHIP's needing a commitment early in the game for us. So that's the issue, I guess.
I say we put it in the box and study it for next year. I mean, I think it's just I think the one last question I have is, under which option would if we're fully funded and we have unpredictably, let's say we get a couple of large claims, isn't that the reason that the premiums go up for us? So that actually, whatever solution is better to keep our premiums lower is the best. But I think the timing might be better to, keep what we have now rather than just making a change. Sorry.
So the only potential disadvantage, again, is the unknown. So they form their risk pool, and they're going to be making decisions, and they're going to be moving along, and we're not going to be involved in that. And I don't know what it will be for entrance for next. We don't know that. So certainly we can wait, and that's perfectly fine. But that's the only thing, is that it's being formed now. We have this opportunity, but we don't know.
How do they know that they can even get enough to form a pool to move forward?
That's part of what we don't know.
Right. They require 2,500.
That's why let them establish themselves.
They're
We'll evaluate them, and then
confident, but they aren't there yet.
if we had a real problem, but I'm not hearing that anything is really wrong, and you've done a great job, not only last year in the way we restructured things, but in the past when we have with our the deductible, and so I think you've managed to make it so it's a great plan. Have we had issues the last couple of years? We don't have any real concerns.
I mean, Blue Cross is a great ASO, and we have a lot of trust and confidence in our broker, Gallagher. Hill, Chest, and Moody is now Gallagher, in their work, their review. We have a really high trust confidence that they work very hard for us.
So is there some kind of conflict of interest then that they have?
We asked that right up front.
Okay.
So our broker is assessing this opportunity like any other would be brought to her.
Okay.
And I believe, and again, with the relationship
She's a Gallagher
we have,
employee.
She is, but she
How
is
does that work?
assessing the positives and the negatives.
They're going to get the commission on it either way.
They're gonna do what their client wants, because we're paying them
Well,
to represent our interests.
And in full disclosure, I mean, she's helped us too with some of this, with the pros and cons. I mean, so I have personally 10 plus years experience with our broker, and that was our very first question is, can you provide us an unbiased assessment of this? And I do. I have full faith, and that's part of also why considering this was another option for us, is because I do kind of know her and feel I have a long-term relationship with them and a trust. So
But the employees would be able to keep their health insurance or keep their physicians there, and nothing would be.
Same network.
So that's what NSHIP has told us. We don't know that answer yet from the league because we're still about. So I don't know if that's comparable because we haven't started asking those questions yet, just because of the timing of getting information from them.
I'd put it in a box till next year too.
Yeah, I think if we were going to do a risk pool, we could have already done it with NCLM. The fact that this one just popped up doesn't make it any better or worse or urgent, in my opinion. But I do respect, you're a big fan of them, but I just don't know if it's right for us right now. So
Why would it not be? What is the loss, or what is the downside?
I don't see it down.
Versus the potential
I don't
for
know if there's any upside savings. I mean, we don't have any apples to apples. If we wait a year, they should be able to tell us what the premium would be. What are they offering us?
Well, they're both going to tell us what the premiums are going to be. I mean, they're going to tell us.
Do you want your risk here, or do you want your risk here?
Is a renewal premium.
Well, that's what we care about.
Either one until March.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
They want us
They
to
want an
commit to
answer
something that we
now.
don't know.
I'm saying that doesn't mean we have to give them an answer now. I don't know that the opportunity would be there in March.
Because we won't have our current plan renewal until March.
But they're going to tell you the premium.
We don't know our renewal premium
That's right.
for our current health plan.
No, we really don't even know what they're offering. There's still a lot of unknowns.
Well, that's why I wanted, can you compare what they're going to offer to what we're paying now?
Yes, but that's not an apples to apples comparison because they're giving us something for the future year.
You said close to our same. You said
Yeah, I mean,
close to our
yeah,
same renewal.
to what we have
Yeah,
now, we don't know what we're going to have now.
Correct.
No, what he's asking is like for 2017, like that slide of 25 and employees free and whatever it is from Blue Cross Blue Shield, you compare to NCHIP, which they're offering, and tell us the answer before January 31st.
They're telling us we're at approximately the same as what we're paying this year.
So there's no question of approximate. When they want an answer by 31st, I need to know an answer, apples, straight answer. So there's not like...
So what NCHIP has told us what our premium would be for next year now.
Yeah,
We
and
have
what
that
is-
information, and it's comparable to what we have as our premium structure now.
What's comparable, 10%? Within 10%?
Yeah, I don't even think I think it's under 5% comparable. I don't have the numbers.
If that's like...
So,
I think we should look into it.
That's pool-wise, that helps with the risk.
so for example, and God forbid we don't want anything to happen to anybody. If you didn't have a pool option today, and we had 2 or 3 really big claims this year, the renewal for the same program we have right now through Gallagher using Blue Cross and Blue Shield as the provider or as the payer, your premiums would go up through the roof. If you had the same exact incidents happen, but you're now in a pool, you've spread the butter much wider. So everybody in that pool is taking a little bite of those same exact claims. So you're spreading out wider. So the risk of your premium going up, it may go up here, but if you stayed in a fully funded plan, it would have gone up here. So it smooths the risk out, which is why they're very desirable once it's in. And then, God forbid, if we were to have a couple of major claims, you probably wouldn't even get approached to be into that pool next year if you had somebody that had a very long chronic, kind of situation. It's not a bad. I mean, it's a good deal if you're in it. Just having been in that product world, it's not one of those things where it's not a bad deal. Now, if we were a group of 500, then you probably could do really well on your own as 500. But a group of 100 is not a large population. It only takes 1 or 2 to really expose yourself. That's all. I mean,
Including dependents, all in membership, 330.
And I don't know much, but this NCHIP, what does it really mean when you can keep your physicians? Like, does it come with a card? Then if I go, what if the physician say...
For the holder, you wouldn't know anything about how the
What
plan's
if the
being.
physician says, no, we don't take that insurance card?
no, it's the same. It's Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Oh, is it Blue Cross?
You don't,
okay.
yeah.
It's
You don't know.
it's
You don't know
transparent,
any
so-
difference at the user end
Okay.
as to how we're managing the overall
Blue Cross Blue
cost.
Shield.
Yeah.
And the programs stay all the same and everything.
Yep.
I'm still very uncomfortable. It's the pool. And there are towns that have said no, so I don't know who's in this pool. I
Well,
don't
they're
know how
still
far
working
along they
it.
really are.
And I think that's probably beyond not even knowing who's in the pool. They're still working on documents. They don't have staff. They don't have legal. They don't have some of their contracts in place yet. So they've given us a quote without some of the pieces all put together. And so I'd probably tell you I'm less concerned about this year than next year, just because there's so much that this is NCHIP now. I would tell you a different set of concerns about the league program that we're still trying to get information out of. But that's my uncertainty with NSHIP is they're sort of forming it on the fly at this point. At this point.
And
You'll
does
be
it
the board
mean,
of director too on it.
Pardon me?
You'll be the board of director on it.
and does it mean based on how it all comes together, our rates aren't going to go up with them too? I mean, you know.
But again, it's the risk.
I hear you on that. But
Are there
I'm not a
any-
risk taker. I like to have a sure
Okay, guys,
thing. This
let's-
is not a
let's-
sure thing.
Let's move on, whatever we want to do next.
Well, let me ask, is there, NCHIP is one that's not developed. Is there other alternatives that are mirror them that aren't the league?
There are no pools like this in North Carolina. The league offers a pool, but again, they had a different model until very recently. And I'll be candid now. I've been dancing around it the whole time. The league didn't ever come to us. I went to the league so that there would be some comparable information. So now we're just getting 2 sales pitches instead of 1 sales pitch. They didn't offer us anything. They haven't. I think they'd acknowledge they haven't been effectively marketing their plans. They're trying to change that. But again, they had very limited plan design. We didn't understand how their premium structure would work. We're trying to gather that information now. But they weren't at the table till we invited them to the table. And that's so that we wouldn't be just presenting you with one option if that's the way you wanted to talk about it.
So could you come back in a month with any updates?
We could.
Still have time to.
Well, we don't know how much time we have.
I thought till March 1st.
They want an answer by January 31st.
I am
What
not
I've
giving an answer by
said
January
is,
31st.
Just because they've asked us for that doesn't mean we have to give it. But it doesn't mean that opportunity will exist. We don't know.
It's like a salesman.
Yeah.
I need the answer now.
No, you have to because you need to form the risk pool.
Well, the only opportunity to come back would be on the 23rd, and I don't know if we'll have much more information if we want to meet their deadline.
I don't think we'd be ready by the 23rd.
I don't see the downside now that I've heard everybody. I think that, I mean, if it's going to potentially lower our premiums and spread out our risk and not going to affect, if people are still going to be using the same health care by the same payer, shouldn't we at least have them look into it? There's no guarantee, but I mean, if we wait a year, that we may not have the same opportunity. That's what I'm hearing from Lori.
I'm not even sure that this is an opportunity. This is just an option.
It's an option, but it's an option to potentially lower our premiums and stabilize our costs over time. I mean, I don't think we'd be doing our jobs if we weren't looking for those kinds of options for our town, especially at a time like now where we've got a lot of instability and unpredictability in the healthcare costs. What downside? I mean, Jerry, what do you think? I'm just hearing Jerry's really helped me today.
The presentation was absolutely spot on for what. If I were going to be giving this 10 years ago, it would have been the exact same thing for the advantages, disadvantages. You know, the advantages are you spread the risk, so you can do a lot of risk mitigation. You know, I think they went a little bit far to make it unbiased by adding more of the non, but. I mean, it really is no different than what you have right now. It's just a different plan design. It's just a difference in plan design. It's not going to, all of a sudden, 3 months from now, nobody that is insured by the town is going to have insurance coverage, and it's not going to be where your premiums are going to go up to $2,000 a month. It's a risk mitigation tool, and the healthier the pool, the less it's going to cost. But because you have so many members, it sounds like 2,500 is what they're looking for, you're spreading that risk over 2,500 lives. So if you have 2,000 really, really, really healthy lives that are covered, all of that premium is making money for the.
But that's exact. But if you got 3 high-cost claimants this year, we don't want that to happen. But if you did, that they under having a shared risk pool, those are the chances of our premiums going up 50% or 60% would be less if we went with this option.
That's right.
So
unless every single person in the pool, unless you had a tremendous number across the pool that
Right.
were very, very high claims, but the odds of that, that's why, I mean, it's a gamble, but insurance is a gamble. And Gallagher, as a company that wants to make a profit, or any other insurance agency, is not going to offer a product that's going to wind up, costing them money, or they're not going to run the risk of costing money. It really is, in our current model, again, if you have a catastrophe, it's going to go up here. In the new model, if you have a catastrophe, it's going to go up here.
But we do have a topside stopgap because we have
90,000 versus 40, right?
It would really be 90 versus 200 is what NCHIP is proposing as a stopgap. It's just the claims between 40 and 200 are spread. Yeah.
we take the first 40 no matter what per member. So when you talk about our big claims that we've had recently, how big were those?
11, 20.
Again, and Councilmember Wendell's talked about it. It depends on what it is, but probably some are 50, 60, and some are probably 125, 150. So we're capped at 90 right now.
I think our highest year in recent. Going back about 5 years.
I just think if we're reducing risk, we should stick with where we are until they're established. And I know you said that they're established elsewhere, but they're still putting pieces in place for us here, and the continuity is important to employees. I know. So I'm leaning
Are we
towards
saying there would be a loss of continuity? Is that what they're saying now?
I'm
So
sorry.
we would just be asking everyone to redo all their insurance information and stuff in order to move over. Nothing like that at all.
Not at least for NCHIP. Again, we still have to evaluate the league,
Right.
but not for NCHIP.
So I have a question about this Gallagher, whatever it is. So does he have more clients in other towns, so I'm sure he might have offered this thing to other towns too.
Yes.
So are they considering this?
So far, they have 3 of their clients that have committed to it. And they're in the process with others that are talking with their councils, and they've also now gone outside of their client base to municipalities outside of their client base also.
So in in Wake County, which ones?
So they don't necessarily know all those claim records.
I don't know that I brought the list. Wake Forest is committed.
But Apex said no. I'd like to know why Apex said
Orange
no.
Apex, I
County,
think, is
Orange
self-insured
committed.
already, but
They're probably over 500.
I have it somewhere.
I think Orange. I didn't bring my notes, Lori.
I might have.
I was just curious. This guy looks
I
like
have it.
everyone knows him. So I'm sure he might have given his pool to everyone.
Let's see.
But that's fine. You can.
So how do you stand? Or you want to move forward or
I
No,
have it.
I'm not to say. I was just curious, because the data was conflicting when they said they didn't have any presence in North Carolina. So now I'm hearing 3 other towns have signed up and 3 other towns are still thinking about it. So that's a different data. So
right? And they're going to cap it out at 2,500. Is that
No,
what
they're looking for
That's
a
their
minimum of
minimum.
2,500. They need to start the pool.
And they won't charge us an entry fee.
Correct.
Okay, so we need to move on, but we can bring it up next week, and they can talk to Vicky in the meantime.
So, to be clear here, if I don't want to enter into anything in January. So I think there's.
So I'm not, just because that's what they've been pressing for. Again, we didn't get this, and by the time we got this, I knew we wouldn't be able to get it on an agenda until even now. So I'm not prescribed by that timeline,
And you've said that repeatedly.
having the good discussion with council.
I can tell you real quick, Wake Forest, Hillsborough, and Brunswick County have committed. Orange County is bringing it to their board January 23rd. Catawba's considering, Hickory's considering.
I just think some decisions should take a little longer. It seems a little quick.
Moving it to next year to May.
I'd suggest maybe putting this on our into our regular briefing schedule and look at it in February, and then maybe vote in late February or something. It's pretty fast. I know it sounds good, but there's not a lot of meat on the bone right now.
What else do you want to know?
I want to know the exact premiums.
They said it would be within 5% of what we're paying now. It's next year you got to worry about it. I don't think it will go up that much.
That's just us saying that.
I mean,
That's true, but that's what happens every year.
yeah.
We
it's-
wait and see what our claims are.
Yeah, it's just,
I mean, that's going to happen every year no matter what.
And we've done pretty well the last couple of years.
But it's a lot of work. And they have to mitigate all the risk, and this helps them mitigate the risk. It's risk management.
I'm good with
Insurances.
putting this in a box till next year.
Well, he's sort of actually changed his mind on
well,
that.
I'm open to just looking at it based on, but I mean, if we want to.
Yeah,
I'd like to go ahead and just propose, without a prescribed timeline, if we could get that latitude from you, let Lori and I continue to work on this.
that's better.
Yeah.
So bring
Don't rush in a decision, just,
bring it back when you have the real thing, something concrete, and I think work on it. That's better. At least somewhere that gives them what you're looking for. Those.
Yeah, I think honestly, I need to learn more about insurance. Jerry's an expert. He's in favor of it, but it's still, I'm not as comfortable as I need to be to move forward with it.
And to be fair, NCHIP is proposing close to zero. So same renewal amount. There would be no increase.
I think that's just an entry.
Currently. And they're indicating approximately at 3%, but you're exactly right. That's what they're indicating going forward. I mean, that's what we'd be looking at it being. We don't know from year to year. All we can do is say what we've had, and that's when I say 6.5%. We've done very well, but there are peaks and valleys in there. So we've done well.
Okay, so I'm good with sticking with where we are right now. If we're going to look at a pool, then we need to give the league, and I know you got some information from them, we need to make sure that we give them the opportunity to weigh in here too. And, I mean, we're members of the league. This is our organization, and so we need to give them the opportunity to make sure that they know what we need and we hear from them. So,
And we're committed to that
and I
already.
know you are. I know you are. You told me that.
We're very purposeful in not bringing you one side of a coin.
But I'm happy with putting this in a box. I think I'd like to continue with what we're doing.
No.
It'll probably be a little longer than that.
Ready for a vote.
No, about whether we move forward or put it in the
We
box.
won't be ready for a vote.
Oh, you're just saying if you want us to move forward to continuing to look.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of putting it in a box.
He's saying just moving forward.
Well, and
So are
I
we
sort of
moving
wasn't
forward?
asking for a vote on that. This is what staff does on your behalf. We already indicated that we, in order to present you with the whole picture, would need to review and evaluate what we got from the league. We just got what they were able to provide us, at 4:00 yesterday. We just haven't had time to do that and ask the questions and make sure that we were reviewing similar information.
Does the league employ a contractor? Is there a profit motive for the league, or is
Sorry,
it?
say again?
Does the league have a profit motive, or are they essentially a nonprofit.
The league is a nonprofit organization.
So
Their health insurance and all their other risk-associated insurances are managed out of the Risk Management Trust Division.
Right. We have a separate, there's actually a separate board that manages all of that, separate from the.
right, but I'm just saying that if there's no profit motive and it's the same
That's a good
same
point. It's
product,
not
it would probably be more cost effective to go with them.
It's more than an hour.
I know.
15 minutes.
the board members don't get paid.
Put the timer on it.
Oh, the other board. Oh, they don't get paid.
It was 15 minutes.
They don't
was
get
it?
paid. I'll tell you. So no, this is important. I think that the board members that are on the risk management are
Take a break, so I have pajamas on.
elected officials, town managers. They're not paid.
But there are people who administer that they have to pay.
They're league members. League staff is the one that.
Pajamas on.
Well, yeah, somebody's got to manage.
But it's not stockholders with profit motive. I mean, as Councilmember Winble
Guys, we
indicated,
gotta-
it's a very lucrative business. So that's money that's going out of the system rather than, it's not a co-op.
All right, now we're in the weeds here.
Sorry.
After an hour.
11.
You know, I'm certainly hearing what Councilmember Johnson says as well as everyone else, but, you know, we have some information to work on. You know, we're clearly not all or one way or the other on this, so staff will continue to work with what we have to work on.
Okay. Thank you. So that's it for item 3E.
But so I'm going to, if it's okay with the mayor and the rest of council, turn it over to Stephanie and allow her to go through her presentation. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm having a little bit of trouble with my presentation attached to the agenda, so I'm just going to switch the feed to my laptop so you can see the presentation from there. Here we go. 2017 Citizen Survey results. All right, sorry about that. So we conducted our 2017 citizen survey in the fall, just got our results at the end of December. So I'm here to review those results with you tonight. We got each of you a full packet of the results that you can read through at your leisure. This presentation is just a very broad overview to give you a feel for what the results were. So first of all, by the numbers, comparatively speaking, wanted to give you the side-by-side comparison of the 2017 survey with our 2015 survey, which is our last survey previous to this one. Responses are pretty similar, 202 for 2017, 220 in 2015. Both of those results give us a 7% margin of error. Moving on directly to the results. First, talking about livability in Morrisville. So the phrase livable community is used in the context of this survey to evoke a place that's not just habitable, but also desirable. So it's not just where people live, it's where they want to live. Talking about quality of life in Morrisville, there were 8 facets of the community that were surveyed. Safety and mobility ranked as priorities. That's why those two have the little star next to them. Almost all residents rated quality of life in Morrisville either excellent or good, which is great news. The evaluation was similar to our national benchmark, so we compared to communities similar to Morrisville when talking about the national benchmark. Under community characteristics, overall, the quality of community life represents the natural ambiance, services, and amenities that make for an attractive community. How residents rate their overall quality of life is an indicator of the overall health of the community. So in the case of us, nearly all residents rated the town as an excellent or good place to live. Respondents' ratings of Morrisville as a place to live were similar to ratings in communities across the nation. So you can see in the table here that 7 in 10 residents awarded high marks to Morrisville as a place to raise children and retire, their neighborhood as a place to live, overall image and reputation, and overall appearance. Next, under governance, around 8 in 10 residents rated the overall quality of services provided by the town of Morrisville as excellent or good. Marks for town services, as well as services provided by the federal government, they're similar. They decreased from 2015, but that's similar to other communities across the nation. Survey respondents also rated various aspects of Morrisville's leadership and governance. About 2/3 or more of residents rated government performance as excellent or good. Many evaluations of Morrisville government were higher than national averages. That includes welcoming citizen involvement, confidence in town government, acting in the best interest of the community, and being honest in treating all residents fairly. For participation, around 8 in 10 residents rated the overall quality of services provided by the town as excellent or good. Marks for town services, as well as services provided by federal government, were similar to comparison communities. Also, survey respondents rated various aspects of Morrisville's leadership and governance. About 2/3 or more of residents rated government performance as excellent or good. Many of the evaluations were higher than national averages. And so that speaks to 9 in 10 would recommend living in Morrisville to someone who asked. Under special topics, these were the additional questions that we asked the community. The first one was support for capital investment funding. I won't read the whole question, but that's the question that was asked. And then the results are on this slide. At least 8 in 10 residents were at least somewhat supportive of funding roadway transportation and public safety improvements. Slightly fewer were at least somewhat supportive of environmental, stormwater, bicycle, pedestrian, and parks recreational improvements. Under the other category, we received several other comments. Those responses in terms of things the public wanted to support funding included things like affordable housing, creating a downtown, of course, traffic congestion, sustainability, public transportation, senior center, senior facility, and traffic. Under residents' reasons for living in Morrisville, this is where we pulled a question from directly from our brand, asking about what residents like about living in Morrisville the most. Residents were nearly 4 in 10 residents identified the location. 3 in 10 cited quality of life in Morrisville. And then 5% or fewer of the respondents chose the remaining categories. Under the other category for this question, we received answers like close proximity to work, church, shops, grocers, natural environment, that we live between greenways and shops. For our strategic planning question, we asked the town to identify, in their own words, a community need or issue to address in the town's strategic planning process that was not traffic or transportation related. So of the 202 surveys that we received, 123 of these respondents provided a response that was not related to traffic or traffic congestion and transportation. So 1/4 of the 123 respondents replied with a response related to economic development, growth, and housing. About 1 in 10 residents gave parks, recreation, and art, bicycle and pedestrian, and government services as needs they would like to have addressed in the strategic planning process. So directly comparing to 2015, of the 132 items compared, 119 were rated similarly to 2015. So in the 2-year gap between surveys, the results were pretty similar. 6 items showed a decrease in ratings, 7 items showed an increase in ratings. For community characteristics, those ratings remained stable. Availability of affordable quality housing decreased. 3 aspects increased, so that would include shopping opportunities, opportunities to attend cultural arts, music activities, and social events and activities. Residents were more pleased with street cleaning and cable television, but less satisfied with yard waste pickup, sewer services, and recreation centers. In 2017, more Morrisville residents reported attending a town-sponsored event or volunteering, but fewer had frequented the town recreation centers. So conclusions of the survey: residents feel positively about their community and they're engaged. Almost all residents evaluated their quality of life in Morrisville favorably and thought the town was an excellent or good place to live. 9 in 10 respondents gave positive reviews to as a place to raise children and the overall appearance of the community. These ratings were both higher than the national average. At least 8 in 10 survey participants gave high marks to their neighborhoods as places to live and indicated they were likely to remain in Morrisville and would recommend living in the town to others. So given the residents' positive views of the quality of life, it makes sense that participants would be engaged in the community. Respondents praised the openness and acceptance of the community towards people of diverse backgrounds at levels higher than what we've seen across the country. Residents were more pleased with opportunities to attend social events and activities and reported higher levels of attendance of town-sponsored events. So next steps, you'll notice the report that you received is labeled draft. So that's until after our discussion tonight. If there are any follow-up questions after tonight, that report will be finalized. Then it'll be posted publicly for residents to see. So we're going to share the report with department heads so that they can take that information and formulate plans, share that with their staff as well. And then it's about getting this information out to the community. So it'll be posted to the website, both our current website and the new website when our new website launches. We'll also be issuing a press release, and we'll be doing structured social media outreach. So highlighting certain aspects of that survey and letting the community know what those results were. Any questions?
It seems like this is going to be helping to inform our strategic plan. Is there any other uses?
So in terms of the results, the results can be used to either reinforce what we have been doing to know what we can continue to do, but it also helps us identify areas of improvement. So certain departments will look at the surveys and the results of the survey to determine if there are areas that they want to spend a little more focus on or particular initiatives that they want to embark on.
Councilmember Schlink, you had a comment?
Yes, I'd be interested to see the staff reports, what they plan on, how they plan to implement it, if they do it all. But
Okay.
when those come out, and when would that be available? Next quarter?
So the next step is sharing information with department heads so we can follow up from there.
That's something we could actually integrate with some of our budget discussions as we're talking about departmental budgets. That would be a good place. That really maybe is the first tendril of some of the performance-based budgeting. We've got some information, and we show you how the budget's being used to accomplish those goals.
Right, and I don't know if there's any trends you can siphon off from the comments, individual comments, versus just listing them.
I think Stephanie gleaned out the comments that, when people comment, it's mostly about traffic and transportation. Again, that's not really new news for us. You also have to recognize that when people get to be anonymous, they can say whatever they want. So you have to make sure that it's positive and productive rather than somebody that's just angry about something. Why do I say that? Is because you don't want to look at one individual comment versus the compilation of comments to get the meaning out of that. And we're still doing that, and that's why we want to share it internally with department heads. I think you get a lot of value out of something that's not formulaic in how you have to respond. So that's why we add those open-ended questions to the survey.
Sorry, one more question you brought up. But these were everybody that submitted something was from Morrisville, correct?
Correct.
Because I know in the past we've had a problem with that.
Correct. And Stephanie can correct me. Certainly the addresses that surveys were mailed to were from Morrisville's database. Online, we were able to validate so you also couldn't load on the online.
One IPO. Okay.
Scott Johnson?
I'm going to have to come up with a nickname for myself because I have a really long name. A couple things about the survey itself. I thought we had a very consistent response rate, which is very good. So we're really able to compare apples and apples. But one of the things I want to challenge myself and the council is that as we see this survey, what does it really mean? Do we really want traffic to always be number one, or do we want to, through policy and our strategic planning, lower that so it's less of a concern of our citizens? We also saw schools kind of in the middle in a very small satisfaction level. We've talked about schools. We don't have direct influence, but we have indirect influence. Do we want to see that satisfaction level go up? So this survey result is an input to our strategic planning, and we can interpret it as good and opportunities dependent on what our goals are as a council and a town. So I thank Stephanie for her work in breaking it down so it's going to be easier to analyze when we're talking about strategic planning. Thanks.
Steve?
I would be curious as to our efforts of coordinating this with the chamber and our business community, because one thing I've observed over the years is that there's certain businesses, a lot of times we talk to businesses in Morrisville who may not be members of the chamber who are really here for the location, but we don't really see them necessarily engaged. So, I mean, to the extent that we can sort of, we probably already are, but just sort of gauge the business community, because we've got some growing companies, all these economic development announcements we've had recently. You know, I think that, so is that something that we're planning on doing? Or?
This is a resident citizen satisfaction survey, so definitely was not geared towards business, right. But that's a large part of what Sarah's function is to do that ongoing engagement with businesses and the chamber.
It's my understanding the strategic planning process, the 3-question survey that's going out, that's being also directed to businesses. I think that's where we'll capture some of that. Councilmember Wendell, did you have?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I want to agree with what Councilmember Scroggins Johnson said, and that there's a lot of good information here, and I think there's a lot of positives and there's things to celebrate, but I think the things that are concerning are just as strongly concerning as the things that are positive are strongly positive. And I too will say that I was a little bit concerned when but not surprised that schools would be 4% of the reason why people are happy to be here. So yes, I'm very happy to be here because of the location that we have, but it is concerning. The other thing that I want to just remind my colleagues about, and I think it's something that we can look at as we look into budgeting and looking at different department requests, you know, safety was very high on the concern, and I don't know that it was safety as in I feel so safe to live in Morrisville, or safety as we've heard on the campaign trail this last time that I don't know that I feel so safe here, and I think we have some opportunity to be able to do some positive things in working with our police force, and as Mayor Cawley had talked about a number of times with regard to community patrolling and working with our fellow citizens in our various communities, but really to make that safety more of a I'm excited to live here because not only is it a beautiful place, but I feel very safe to be here, and my kids can go to school, and I want to stay here after I go to college, versus it's a great place, it's close to work, but I don't necessarily feel completely safe, and you know, I need to send my kids someplace else to go to school. So I think there's some really good opportunity here. I think it's very, very telling. And we just need to recognize the good with the opportunity. And prioritize it. Thank you.
Yeah, can you go back to that slide where we had talked about the 51%? Yeah, this one. I'm totally not surprised with the transportation, because when you ask any citizen, or they will talk about transportation because that is pretty much within the means of purview of any town, and rightfully so, because that is what they'll ask, and I'm not totally surprised. And the schools, I think, is where it's. Vicky, where do you see the 4%? I didn't capture that.
It was on the
concerns.
This slide is in. This had to
People
do
are
with
willing to pay money. Property taxes.
Yeah, the capital investment funding, right.
Yeah, and where was the 4% for the school there?
So that's a good example of what we don't know from a citizen survey is the context in which people have answered that. So if you don't have children, that's going to influence that answer. And we don't know that from a random sampling of addresses, just contextually as you look at these results.
And one thing also, like the 4% might be also is many residents are well educated that Morrisville as a town has very little influence on the schools as far as Wake County as a whole, so that could also be saying, how do I really, it's not, when I do the survey, it's not really
I think those 8 people maybe chose Wake County and Morrisville because of the schools. I hear that.
That's Wake County, right? Like, location is primarily the number one place, so that's where it shows up. And but the key where I did not understand on the previous slide was 51%. Do we know that other 51% they were ready to invest? What is that?
So the other answer?
Yeah.
So the examples for that were the ones that I listed: affordable housing. These were what they like about living in Morrisville. Hold on, let me get
What that means, Councilmember Garamella, is 51% of the people that responded provided some answer, not all the same answer.
Correct.
Different combination, because I see 58 and the second one is 51, so I was trying to see if the other was like any breakdown of a major component there.
So I would, that's correct. You could answer more. In fact, this question was each individual. And then if there was an area that didn't get captured, you could do that. So I would offer, so we've sort of hit our 30 minutes on this topic. You will be talking about this again, I think, a lot at the retreat. I mean, I think it will be core to some of the discussions that you make during the retreat. If you continue to have questions, we're happy to field those.
Could we give Liz a quick chance, though? I don't think she got a turn.
Actually, I was with Michael. I wanted to know how staff was going to use this information. And then I guess the only other comment that hasn't been made yet that I'll bring up is that this section on the trends over time and the comparisons, I like that a lot. Mm-hmm. So are we planning on doing this every 2 years? What is our thought process then? So we can continue this comparison and seeing where we are. And if we're meeting, hopefully all our numbers will go up over time too.
Right. So the plan moving forward is, I think, every 2 to 3 years, so that we have that direct comparison. So over time, we don't just have 2 years prior. We'll start to see over time what changes there are.
And may I just say that I think we have a really good opportunity as we're speaking with our constituents to increase the sample size, because a 200 sample size for a town of 30,000, even plus or minus
it's
7.
statistically valid.
Understood.
You only need, in fact, we were within a 7% margin of error, so I think the total amount sent out was only about 300.
Yeah, ideally you want about between a 3 and a 7% margin of error. That's what your goal is.
That was my question, was how many were sent out.
So we're right at that upper end, but within that statistically significant margin of error that you're looking for.
And we actually addressed that the last time. We had very good and typical response that other municipalities see to these surveys. So it's very comparable.
Were they sent out randomly, or was it a random across demographics? Or
it was random across town, with some ensuring that it touched all parts of town.
Understood.
I appreciate that very much. I like the way you could, because in the report, well, first of all, there's a map to show you, which is fabulous, but you also got a good feel for the people that did respond. And I was really impressed. These are probably people we typically don't reach. And I think that's really important, because the information that we got is not surprising either.
Right.
So I thought this was incredibly successful from what I need as a council member.
Yeah,
hopefully staff feels the same way.
Absolutely. We provide a GIS map of the municipality. So the company has our exact borders and locations of all the residents in town. And then they randomly select, but it's an even spread throughout town of who gets a survey mailed. And that's a big reason that we mail the survey. We don't want to just hear from our citizens who follow us on social media, who regularly attend meetings. We want to hear a good cross-sampling of everybody in town, even people that we don't necessarily touch with our outreach on a regular basis.
And then just a last reminder is, once we got the statistical that you could extrapolate information across the town, anybody that wanted to fill out the survey was able to do that online. And you have that information as well. So we made sure anybody that wanted to participate had that opportunity.
And Councilmember Johnson pointed out the trends over time, and that was really nice because it showed where we're lower than last time and also lower the national benchmark. So I'm sure that the departments, those are where they're going to really key in as opportunities. Right. Okay. Sounds like we're ready to move on to our next topic. Next topic is 3B, Town Center Demonstration Preferred Developer Proposal Review. Todd Wright will lead us in that discussion, please, Todd.
It's going to take me a
Mayor
minute.
Colley, we'll start out the work session tonight responding to some of the questions that you asked at the last council meeting. And then we'll give you an opportunity to discuss the proposals and certainly to ask any additional questions that you might have. But we are hopeful that at the end of the discussion and your questions, that if you feel comfortable that you can identify the preferred developer. Now, I recognize that there's a certain level of details that you would like to know tonight, but some of those details are really not going to come until we develop the MOU. And even still, there's greater details that will come and they'll be available to you when we start working on the development agreement. So Eric's going to start out responding to some of the questions that you asked at the last council meeting. He's loading up his PowerPoint now. Eric, you're welcome to come up here and sit at the table.
Okay.
Or you can stand up there, either one.
I'll sit at the table.
I think the expectation is that we are going to sort of dig in on this session and then be prepared to choose a developer at our next meeting. So we'll see if the council is comfortable making that call tonight, but if we do have some substantive questions, that'll be okay, and you'll be able to bring those back for the next time.
Absolutely, yeah.
My thought is, we're not supposed to vote at any of these work sessions. That was a ground rule. And I'm very cautious about asking us to make a decision tonight.
We're not asking you to vote. We're asking you to give us some guidance so that we can complete the revision.
We'll see.
Okay. So what we're comfortable with, it's up to us moving forward. Okay. Eric, floor is yours.
Thanks for having me back this week. So as Todd mentioned, this is really answering the questions that you all posed to me last week regarding clarifying, the incremental tax revenue that could be generated from each of the scenarios, each of the proposals, as well as parking. What are we looking at in terms of what the UDO requires, what are the minimum requirements, and then what do the proposals suggest as their parking strategy. So those were two of the major elements that were questions that were posed. And then I want to start with just going through, again, so you can have it fresh in your mind, the recap of the three scenarios. Developer submissions, we're starting with Armada Hoffler. Remember, they were confined to this one development block A, 172 residential units with 20,000 square feet of commercial space on 3.5 acres. Castle Development Partners, 6-acre site, 283 residential units, 35,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space, 351 space parking deck on 6 acres. And then Graysar Development Group, 305 residential units, no commercial space, and a 348 space parking deck. So you all are, and you have the printouts also, so I'm sure you had a chance to review their proposals as well and their site plans. We're not going to really step through all the urban design components of these site plans. It's more answering questions that you have regarding the elements that came up last week. The proposal comparison is a little washed out right here, but this is essentially the parking analysis that DFI ran this last week based on the parking questions we had. So each of the development partners, the development teams, they have the residential units They have a structured parking deck, all hovering around 350 spaces. Surface parking, you can see Armada, Hopler 51, Castle 164, and Grace 199. So we have their total parking number that's provided within their plan. That doesn't include on-street parking. And then what we have on the left side is essentially what the UDO requires as a minimum amount of parking within the town center core. And then we have on the right side is what we call a projected market demand for residential parking. We feel that in the town center, without access to transit right now, that there might be a little bit higher demand for parking than what the UDO suggests. So we have a minimum that's described by the UDO, and then maybe where the market is with parking. That's 1.5 parking spaces per unit. And then what we have is the range of residual parking spaces. So it's essentially this number here, total parking, minus these numbers. So minus 129 gets it to 280, 409 minus 258 gets to 151. And it really gives you what is left over for commercial, and public use, and for the library. And that's all contained on site. So you can really see the three scenarios here, Armada, Hopler, Castle Development Partners, and Graystar. The minimum parking for Armada, 129 spaces. The more what we're projecting as the market leaves of 151 spaces for public use. That's library, commercial, and other future uses within the town green for public use.
Is this editable? Because these first two proposals had 20,000 commercial and 35,000 commercial, right?
And that's where at this point, we don't know the mix of the commercial. The UDO suggests one parking space for every 200 square feet of restaurant, one parking space for every 500 feet of other commercial. We felt that it just made sense at this point, being that commercial has sort of a public use associated with bringing people into your downtown core, to group that all within this last row of here's the residual that can be used for commercial, public, and library usage. So just wanted to show, because we don't have that sort of definition of the program yet, it's hard to make those assumptions without sort of just guessing at this point.
Eric, if I could ask, towards the end of the last session, we sort of talked about the UDO and how it was very much minimized. So the minimums were made really small in order to attract developers. So in the bottom row, I would think that the right-hand number is really the important one, because the UDO, your market expertise said that the 258 was the important number.
Well, and that's what we feel is the projected demand. The UDO has a very urban, town center number to it. Right now, the lack of transit to the site, the sort of projects that we're seeing within this area suggest a higher number of parking spaces per count. However, what this doesn't account for right now is a shared parking percentage. So that's also something that gets factored in that's allowable within the UDO for the town center, which says up to 50% of the parking spaces for one specific use can be dedicated to another use as long as it doesn't have conflicting peak parking times. Okay. So again, another element that would get factored into an overall negotiation between the developer and the town. But what we're seeing more of the projects in this area right now are closer to this 1.5 parking spaces per residential unit versus sorry, this little screen is blocking here, but this is the UDO requirement right now is 0.5 spaces for one bedroom, 0.75 for two bedroom, and one space for a 3-bedroom unit.
So for Castle DP and Graystar, those second numbers on the second to bottom row, the 424 and the 458, those are so much higher because?
More land.
There's a lot more units. Mm-hmm. So what we're seeing here is, there's 283 residential units here, 1.5 parking spaces versus half of those at 0.75 if we were going with the UDO requirements.
But it's a larger parcel.
Yeah, Castle Development has a 6-acre site that they identified as their first phase, and then Graystar is a 5.4 acre. Right. So more land, more residential units.
But fewer excess parking at the end of the day.
That's sort of what we're seeing right now with this analysis is if you were to go 1.5 per unit of parking, which is the second column here, you see lower residual amount of spaces for commercial, for other public use.
But in the process of selecting a developer, that is all negotiable, right?
Well, I think there's what we haven't factored in here is a shared parking percentage where there could be, because uses between commercial and residential differ. You have a parking for residential primarily from evening into the morning hours. They'll commute to work. Commercial might have more activity and library more activity during the typical 9 to maybe 7 p.m. So there's some, differing hours of demand peak for parking. So there's an opportunity for shared parking. I think part of an MOU that we would get to with the preferred developer would be stating a parking strategy to get to a shared parking agreement between the town and the developer.
But for our purpose tonight, or over the next couple of weeks, is to identify one of these three. So that applies to all of them. So that's not really a decision factor. That's just something that we can massage later.
Yeah, I think, understanding looking at these numbers with this current proposal, the Armada Hoppler has the most residual amount of parking spaces in their program for public and commercial use.
So I have two questions. One mostly for Courtney. This UDO, which you were talking about last time, like 0.5, 0.75, and the 1, is that already done, or is it something that we have to modify the UDO?
So the lower numbers that he has are based off of actually adopted UDO standards.
It's already done.
Yes. So they're designed to be low on purpose, because understanding that any successful business traditionally will put in enough spaces to allow their site to be marketable. So it is designed to be a very low threshold as purpose, because that was the best incentive for us to really start to attract businesses to the town.
So then the question is, I'm just using an example of a couple who wants to live in one of the units, who has 2 cars, and using a 1-bedroom, using a formula of 0.5 spaces. How would we attract them by any means, giving them 0.5? And I'm trying to understand how that shared formula works for them.
So in that particular case, if I were the multifamily developer, I would know that my target audience that I'm marketing these to, 0.5 is not going to be adequate. That if I have a single bedroom, most likely I have a person that either has 1 car they drive to and from work and then their fun car on the side, or they may have some other parking associated with it, or it could be a couple that is living there as well. So there's a couple of different options. So you have base standards and you have what the market says, and they're typically are dramatically different. So if I were then, in that case, the multifamily developer, I would then incentivize me to put in more structured parking or things along those lines in order to meet the demands of my future tenants.
So will that not blow the envelope to the other number of 258? Like that's my thing, and then blow the overall parking. That's my concern. I understand. Like, one good thing you said is the UDO has already been adopted, which is good. But then, will that help? And
I think we need to look at DFI's expertise. So they provided the market, says this. Code is providing the basics, his numbers. Get back to the concept, if I were a person, this is what I would need to build to in order to successfully market my project. That's what his numbers are driving closer to home at.
That's what we're seeing typically in, maybe if you're in downtown Raleigh where you have transit, you would build closer to those lower standards to incentivize denser development. Here is where we
but you're going
we
with
see the
1.
market closer to this 1.5 parking spaces per unit. And again, it depends a lot on the unit mix that we're talking about. But for this purpose, when we didn't have really necessarily a unit breakdown for the 3 proposals that we could do an apples-to-apples comparison, we just applied a 1.5, which is pretty close to what we're seeing in the market.
So technically, we can leave the left one, 129. So, or
just wanted to show what the code.
Yeah, okay, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Eric, before we move on,
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem has a question, please.
Just so I understand, it's like these are the projections for the residential commercial mix, the minimum and the projected standards, but the town does have a vested interest in having some additional spaces for, access to the town center, the town green, the library overflow. That number has to go up in order to accommodate the town's needs in addition to the project's needs, correct? And then where would they put them?
Well, and so what we're factoring into this far right number here in the range of the residual parking spaces, this essentially accommodates the commercial spaces, the library spaces, and also potential overflow for other town uses and other future town events. The opportunity here is that we haven't applied a shared parking percentage to this either yet. So understanding that there is this.
That would affect the residential mix, because if our capacity for parking is a fixed amount based on space, because we can't go to huge amounts of stories and all that.
Yeah.
It makes me think that we need to incentivize public transit a little bit more, just as a backup.
And what a shared parking really would do would be minimize. Right now, this formula is very linear. We're saying there's 409 spaces provided in this plan. 258 of those are dedicated strictly for residential. The remaining are left over for these other uses. However, this 258, if there's a shared parking agreement between the town and the developer, that number doesn't have to be solely dedicated to residential. And I think what we're saying here is, the residual, you can see which plans are providing the most numbers of residual if we did a linear, formula. But then there's also the opportunity for shared, which could provide more access for public use and commercial.
And I think this is a complicated kind of challenge because we don't have public transportation in Morrisville, so we don't know what the ridership could be and what, compressing these numbers. Because an example, and I hate to say this, is Park West Village has residential and a lot of shops. And we see the residents only have a certain percentage of 1.5 or less, and they're always parking in the theater parking lot. And they're residents, and they need to park there. But there's more cars than there is spots for these people to park. And so when I look at this, it's like by design, how do we do the right balance without having people say there's never parking downtown? You can't park downtown. I don't want that. I don't want to hear that if I can help it.
And if I could quickly say, at Park West, there's actually more parking. It's the how people are parking that's creating the issues. So if you go to some of the busy restaurants, if you look around at some other parking lots, there's plenty of vacant spaces available. So there's actually a surplus of spaces there. It's how the users are using them that's creating the issue, not the number of spaces.
So that's even more fun.
And I think what you could get here is if we concentrate parking in one location, like a structured parking deck, you might change the dynamics of how people typically park, looking for a space right in front of their destination versus now having a concentration of parking and then the distribution of people from that one location versus let me look for the surface parking right in front. So it's a complicated idea here with the parking, but I think there's the big number here is based on the proposals that we received. Here's the residual number of parking spaces left over for other uses besides just the residential.
I think Jerry had a thought.
I'd like to move off of parking, but I'm going to ask one parking question.
Yeah.
You started the conversation by saying this did not include street parking. Are you talking like Jeremiah? Tell me what streets you're talking about.
Talking about, the Jeremiah extension, or no, I'm talking about Foxglove extension, Carolina Street extension. There were approximately 12 or 14 spaces through Kingley Horn's engineering work that were identified that the library would be satisfied using for library needs. I didn't factor those in. I just factored in strictly what was in the site plan.
Factor in what's on Jeremiah today.
No, we didn't go into street parking for this, but approximately on these blocks you have between 15 and 20 spaces.
Okay. And I'm going to sort of look at Todd, but one of our discussions with the library is also, remember, there's spaces there that they only need to use when the library's open that are capacity for the demonstration area project, which is not reflected in this analysis because the library is a separate component.
The libraries are open till almost 8 or 9 o'clock, 8:30.
But closed on Sundays completely. So
No, it's open till 8:30.
And I think Martha brings up a good point. We talked about this as sort of that shared parking percentage that it can be applied also.
West Regional closes at 9.
So Jerry had something?
So, I was just going to say that, I think we're in a unique opportunity that we can look forward and not look back in the rearview mirror and go, oh my God, I wish we would have. And I think that's why a lot of the questions regarding the parking is important, because I know that, in order for me to get here, if we had public transportation, it'd be a no-brainer. I'd love to come downtown and go to dinner, but I would have to drive, and I would have to meet my 4 friends, all of whom have cars, to come in and park if we wanted to go to a restaurant downtown. So I absolutely agree with Member Scroggins-Johnson on that. I'm just going to put this out there only because I just need to know, and this is just for me. But when I look at these 3, and I know we're way beyond it now, and I will select for me one of the developers, but it looks almost so overweighted to one, just on looking on paper, that I'm just surprised that there's not just on physical look, there's not a closer representative choice. And I'm just wondering how many actual developers responded to the RFP, and the responses that came back, were these the closest that were related to one another? Because it looks very, very heavily weighted to one on the surface to me.
So we had 3 qualified responses that came in for, these are the 3 that we felt were the qualified responses for matching the RFP criteria. I think each one had their own take. Being that the site wasn't a strict box with a strict program, council wanted to make sure that there was flexibility with the program.
Okay.
So I think that's why you have 3 wide variety in terms of responses for the project. And again, there wasn't a lot of, we need to accommodate this many units in this much square footage of commercial space. There was sort of, let's let the developers have some creativity in terms of their response.
And that was council's choice. Yeah, Jerry wasn't here for that conversation. That was our choice to kind of see what would come back.
And to the point about making a selection, I know we're not going to make a selection tonight, but part of that was because we were inviting the developers to come in and talk with us next week. Is that right, on Tuesday?
No, we've not made any arrangements to do that.
Oh, we didn't? That wasn't offered out to them?
No.
Okay, I thought it was.
No, last week we said that there wouldn't really be any more give and take questions with the developers. We were kind of moving forward with, we figured this is their best ask of us.
B&Z.
Oh, that's right. It was planning zoning. You're right. I knew someone was coming to visit. Thank you.
Councilmember Rao wanted to comment?
Yeah, well, for me, I know the parking is important, but I think, obviously, the concern I have is similar to what Councilmember Wendell just brought up. I mean, the fact that it does look like, there's one that looks, like really better than the others. And to me, what's important is mixed use component, the experience. Have you done something like this before? Public-private partnerships. And we're going to talk about it later tonight, but affordable housing. And one of the vendors has affordable housing as one of their strengths, and that's something we've talked about having in the town. And one of the things I'd like to, leverage your experience is, what type of affordable housing would fit in this part of the town. And so those are just some factors. I think for me, I'm getting a little nervous that we have to make a decision in 2 weeks, because I could read a lot of things on paper, but I would feel comfortable actually hearing a presentation from the developers of what they want. And the question also is, has any developer, that was on this, had they approached us before, that they were interested in doing this? Because if someone had learned about this 2 years ago and said, I really want to do this, they may have more hunger to work with the town as a partner. So I don't know the answer to that, but I'm looking much bigger picture than the parking. The parking, I think, for me, I'm going to defer to your experience in terms of, in the planning department of how we work that out. But those are just some observations for me.
Okay, so I think we talked about the parking lot, but we're only about halfway through this presentation, so we can do sort of more of that upper level discussion towards
We'll go
the
through
end.
this and then maybe leave the end for questions. One of the other questions that was posed last week was the town's annual incremental tax revenue generated from each of these 3 scenarios, each of the 3 proposals. When you look at Armada Hoffler, Castle Development Partners, and Greystar, total private investment for each of the 3 proposals. We have an acquisition price per acre on this row here.
Meaning they're paying us that?
They're paying you that amount per acre for each of for their project. And then based on the current tax rate for Morrisville, I estimated the town's annual incremental tax revenue at these 3 numbers. but then we wanted to factor it on a per acre basis, understanding that they have sort of 3 different densities and 3 different sort of proposals in place. What you see here is the breakdown per acre of the annual incremental revenue generated for the town for these 3 projects. So I know that was a question that was posed last week. Can we see this on a per acre basis? And so that's what we're looking at. Armada Hoppler, around $41,000 per acre. Castle Development Partners, $27,500 per acre. And then Grace are right around $30,000 per acre.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Do you want to ask questions now on this one, or wait to the end? Okay.
This acquisition of this price, I have a question on this acquisition on this price per acre. How did they come up with this this number? Because we know the current values. Every day we hear up and down. And why is there so much variation in those numbers? Because that bothers me, because we are putting such a huge investment from our side, and it's pretty much a developed pad that we are giving them, and this is just pretty much a demonstration project. And plus, the first one they said they require, if I remember correctly, they require they want to buy the rest of the other land too, right? If they want to do the demonstration project. I think that was part of their contract.
Yeah, all 3 development proposals asked for future, whether it was right of first refusal or options for future phases.
Yes.
For the future build out of the town center as part of their negotiations with the town.
And is this like set in stone, like this number, or is that something in the MOU that we can talk about?
Well, it's not set in stone at this point, the acquisition price per acre. Okay. How it was framed in the RFP was the town will sell the land to the developer for fair market value.
Absolutely.
This is what the developers proposed as fair market value for the property.
You think it is?
The town recently has acquired a couple of smaller tracts to do Carolina Street Extension for about $220,000, $225,000 an acre. So for smaller pieces of land, that's sort of what it was to compile to get it ready. Was right on 220.
Yep, that's correct.
We can negotiate if we decide with one of these that the price could change.
Exactly, and so you can see that there is a wide variety in terms of the per acre value that the developers associated with the project. And there's definitely room for negotiation there, but that was what they stated in their proposal as acquisition price.
Okay, just because I was just curious, because I was seeing fluctuation.
Yeah, exactly. It was each their own take on what they valued the land and how it fit into their financial model.
Okay. Thank you.
So those were the 2 big questions that were posed last week, and then I just want to get into a few of the details of what the MOU looks like, and then also the term sheet that would go out to the preferred developer of laying out details that would begin the negotiation process, just so we all have an understanding of what that looks like. I believe Todd printed out.
Yep. I have a copy of the term sheet. We'll pass it around as Eric goes through that. Yep. One more, yes.
So this the MOU process, as it circulates, this is how the town can get to the negotiation points to put together a purchase and development agreement. So the MOU would be a non-binding document. The purchase and development agreement would be a legally binding document setting forth all the details of the development agreement. The MOU, sort of high level, puts out the key elements, the key terms that the developer will take care of this, provide this, the town will provide this, this, and this, set out the terms for, here's how we want to structure this parking partnership. This is how we would want to structure the terms for leasing spaces within the deck. So that's what the MOU would lay out at a high level as part of the negotiation to get to the development agreement, purchase and development agreement. At this point, what you have in front of you is a term sheet that would be the first piece in negotiating with the preferred developer, if that's a route you want to go. And these are sort of the high-level elements that are included. I think on the back has really the sort of questions that we would ask, fill in the blanks. That was part of the RFP process, was to fill out these elements. We asked most of these, but then there are also others that we would want to include at this point in terms of a little bit more detailed clarity around the parking structure, how you imagine the partnership to be established, and then really starting to put on here the timing for the developments, for providing the development plan. How quickly can they execute from what they say as part of their RFP process? They said, we can execute at this date, but really starting to get these dates down on a sheet of paper to work towards a development agreement. So you have that list in front of you. We wanted to make sure that you got that to see sort of the questions that would be posed to the developers to get that sort of increased clarity and specificity on all these elements.
So you said some of these were already asked. Do we expect that
Yeah,
they might
for
change
instance,
some of their answers?
They may. I mean, and you see that we had the program as the first one, the project description. So we had the program. Two of the responses that we got didn't break it down into bedroom counts, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedrooms. We asked for those specifics. We asked for that within the original RFP, but some either maybe didn't, they wanted to think about it a little bit more. So that would be the opportunity to say, are you still comfortable, no change with your current program, or please provide these unit breakdown. What kind of mix are you envisioning for your commercial space? So all of that can go into establishing a parking, either a shared parking agreement or, a shared parking strategy. Once you start to know the envisioned mix of uses, that helps sort of understand the program and the opportunities a little bit more.
Anyone have any questions about this part of the process? Liz? And then Vicki?
The commercial space. I have a question about that. And I have a question about that as it relates to all three of these applications too, because one didn't put in any commercial space. So do I need to be concerned about that? Should we be concerned about that? Because if you read when you read their description of why they didn't do it, was that concerning to you? And I'm looking at, that was Graystar in this one bucket here. Is that something, because I was hoping to have more square footage, quite frankly, than even the 20,000 that the one applicant.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not the full, the 20,000 aligned with what we presented as a full vision for the town center. So I thought that aligned really closely with the full build out of the full, you can't have commercial on all sides, particularly thinking about Jeremiah where there's very little visibility, very little foot traffic. You may not be able to support it on that side. Really focusing on retail corridors is the goal here. And I think, two of the responses put commercial, focus it on Carolina Street. Mm-hmm. So, I know that Graystar's response where they were sort of saw this as more of a residential opportunity versus a mixed use, being that this is the first phase of the town center. Leaving land available for future commercial development, but not incorporating this first phase. And I think we all, from the conversations that we had last week, that's a major detractor to that response was the inability to incorporate that. So, I think those are the elements that you're going to have to factor as you, look through these proposals and what sticks out to you as, I think the goals were establishing a retail corridor in this first phase, and which, respondents did that the best is something to evaluate.
Yeah. I think it was just a residential development, but the fact that retail was an important component for us, obviously, and Graystar does have experience working with the town. They've built a nice product in Morrisville, but, I think that's definitely something to consider.
Okay. Vicki had something?
Sure. So I'm going to kind of let some of my preferences slip in my statement. But the idea of a downtown is to have a vibrant area where we can eat and play and socialize. And not having commercial space is a real detractor for me because we have plenty of apartments and townhomes in Morrisville. We need more places to gather. We need a place where we have the heart of our town. And another residential area only is not an attraction for me. The other thing is we are replacing existing affordable housing with something different, and I really want to see some effort to put affordable workforce housing or senior housing in this project. It does not have to be the entire project, although one of our applicants does want to provide that solution. So if we don't select that applicant, then are we going to then think about adding elements into one of the other ones that we select? So it was very attractive to me to see that we were being offered an opportunity to add more affordable housing to an area where it will be very walkable. It lends itself to being a vibrant area for all. And then the last thing is, one thing I don't know if we are legally allowed or not, but I don't see this downtown as looking and feeling like Apex, the historic downtown. I don't see this downtown as being downtown Cary. However, we have an opportunity with a blank sheet of paper to make something really statement-like. Mm-hmm. What are we willing to do to make Morrisville an attractive downtown that's kind of different, kind of funky, kind of unique? And when someone sees a picture of our downtown, they go, hey, isn't that Morrisville, North Carolina? If we have something that is appropriate, but similar to other projects, our downtown will not stand out and people won't know where they are, have a sense of place. So I want us to think about where we want to be after this is done and how do we want to showcase all of our efforts.
Okay, so that sounds like kind of our discussion that we'll have right at the end. Are you just about done? A few more slides?
Right. I just want to get that
Yeah,
out.
you got that out there. That was a good place because that's where we have a lot of those questions right there.
What we have here is a high-level timeline for what, based on the dates that we've laid out, the end of January as a potential selection date, followed with a MOU period of negotiating with the developer to then get to an MOU, and then a little bit more negotiations to get to the purchase and development agreement with the preferred developer. So I just wanted to give you all a timeline here of how this would move forward and sort of timing and to negotiate to get to all these key elements that would need to be worked out. That's where you would have the time once we have a developer that you feel comfortable moving forward with.
Atish?
Yeah. This sheet has been already given, or did we plan to give?
It has not been given. It was something that we put together, town and DFI, as elements as sort of the beginning of the negotiation between what would we like to include in this MOU and key terms.
Yeah, we wanted you to see the kind of information that'll come back to you with the MOU.
I would have asked if you hadn't.
Yeah, right.
You are going to help us with this MOU process too, though. You will be involved.
Yeah, and DFI will provide support through this. And I think how we can structure this is what comes back. The town can have their own asks of here's what we would like to see through this also. And there's that, that's where DFI and the town staff can work through this, ourselves of what are these, what would the town like to see as part of these responses and how those compare.
So I will throw this out there then, because you have this, the MOU needs to be done within the next 3 months. That's our time period to go back and forth. So if there are issues and items that we feel strongly about, we need to bring them up sooner, not later, because we hope to have this complete by the end of April.
Yeah, these again is the high level items, who's going to take, exactly. But yes,
high level,
I think getting the MOUs in place quickly, setting these milestones for the development team to essentially give us your terms for what the parking deck, how we want to structure this partnership, all those details. We want that to happen as quickly as possible so that we can understand whether this is a team that we want to continue to move forward with. I mean, there's still opportunity for, if negotiations can't get in place, then, let's discuss alternatives.
Understand.
So this is what's going to them next, and then those answers will start to form the basis of the MOU and the mechanism. You'll come back to us at that point.
That's how that is structured.
That's why I'm missing this affordable housing element on the project description? Could we add that? We didn't put that in the original.
And that's my concern, is it wasn't in the original RFP.
But we could list
I
it,
think
and
that's
if they wanted to fill it out, they could.
And I think there's something to, so yeah, we can discuss.
Goalpost too much.
There's specific developers that specialize in affordable housing. I think, and this project didn't really appeal to those because it wasn't stated as a requirement of the.
But
of the
I'm
town.
not saying the whole project has to be affordable. I'm saying of the mix, you could break down the mix of bedrooms, or to say like affordable housing, part of the percentage or something like that. I just think we're really missing an opportunity.
I agree. We need to listen to our constituency, and our constituency has said that there is a demand for affordable housing here. I think as leaders, it's incumbent upon us to provide just for a diverse community, some level of that. I'm going to ask everybody for a moment of forgiveness because I wasn't here at the beginning, but I just needed to hear it from you all. Is everyone that was involved in the selection process and the review of the RFPs free from conflict of interest? Did everyone sign a conflict of interest statement with regard to the proposals and everything?
There was no conflict of interest determined for any of the 3 proposals.
Okay. I just needed to hear that. Thank you.
Are you talking about development of the RFP or
No, the proposals coming back to make sure that there wasn't any relationship between anybody. And again, it's just because on the surface, it's such apples and oranges to me that I personally, I'll say it publicly, I have a concern about that because the gap is so big for me. I just wish it would have been a little bit closer, but it just stands out for me, that's all.
Yeah, and Councilmember Wendell, let me make sure that you're aware, and I'm going to ask Eric to provide some explanation, but there's a letter in the packet for Amada Hoffler where they consulted a part-time employee from DFI on helping submit their renderings. This went through the DFI committee, determined there was no conflict. It was brought to the town's staff's attention. We reviewed it with attorney. But what we determined, there was no conflict, and it's a letter explaining this in your packet. The temporary employee at DFI had no additional information other than what was publicly available. The DFI part-time employee also was not involved in the evaluation criteria at all. Yeah. So I just want to make sure if you read that, you say, wait a minute, I asked that question. Again, we've looked at it, and we do not feel like that was a conflict.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So, Kim, because we really haven't settled this affordable housing issue, I too do think it's an important topic. But I, like TJ, don't want to move the goalposts too much in this first demonstration project. So if there's somehow, we as a town even haven't come up with an affordable housing policy. So, maybe we need to kind of do that and talk about it first. But if it's somehow included in some MOU that we'll be looking for this in future phases, I think would be a nice compromise.
Yeah, nothing is really required. As we saw, some were less responsive and still hope to get it. So hopefully it's communicated to them, whoever we do choose, that affordable housing would be nice to see here. I think that'll sort of come across.
I think that's a clarification I'd like. Is that a request or a component that can be put in the MOU, acknowledging it was not part of our RFP process? And I've heard this unique look, funky feel. Are those things that you can say in an MOU? Council's also interested in this without it having been a part of the RFP. I think that's what council needs to hear.
Yeah, I think there's affordable housing is a topic that's coming up in a lot of projects right now that we're working on. There's so many different definitions of what affordable housing is right now too. Who are we talking? Workforce housing? Are we talking? Who are we really thinking that would be who you want to identify for this project? So there's a lot of questions that would go into, first of all, helping understand to a developer this is who we're trying to market this project for affordability. You know, is it the school teachers in this area? Is it, you know, so I think as part of the MOU, we can incorporate language. Would you be willing to set aside units for affordability at a certain percentage? I think it would be hard to, require it at this point, but I think that's a question that can be posed too.
I think the question needs to be asked. And yes, the definitions of affordable are very broad and vast. Affordable to Morrisville is different than affordable to Wake Forest. Because our price of land is so high, it really is difficult to have something without subsidies becoming affordable. So what does that look like in Morrisville? And I struggle with this because I've been studying this for a while. But seniors move out of our town. And, a lot of people said, I used to live in Morrisville, I can't live in Morrisville anymore. On the citizen survey just presented at the beginning of the meeting, affordability or, expensiveness or whatever that term was at the lowest point. So people are starting to notice that it's not so easy to live here coming in for, the first time.
So it sounds like Eric's got a good solution to that one.
Yeah, I think we can incorporate that in project description in terms of the program, where it says the willingness and then, if so, the unit count that you would be willing to provide. I think it's definitely part of that can be included.
Everyone satisfied with that?
I think we have to have that conversation first. I'm not even sure, we've not had the conversation as a council. I don't know what we're asking.
And I guess we'll see if they provide anything, and then that could help inform our decision.
I wouldn't want that to be a deal breaker, though.
Nope, I don't think it will be. Once we choose our developer, then the next step is kind of the negotiation. And we're saying we're not requiring it, so it shouldn't be a big pushback. But I know your concern.
I've been at this for a number of years. This is a project I want to see move forward. I don't want to see it delayed or derailed.
I don't think that'll risk it.
I think there's great value in people understanding that we've acquired site control for 10 acres. We're removing some affordable housing, and we're considering, helping preserve some of it. Not in the same form, not in the same maybe bracket, but there is an effort to recognize that we were removing some affordable living spaces and trying to bring back some of the balance. I just think that's a good thing to think about. Plus, the downtown is very walkable.
And I will say, I know we're going to talk about this, but I do have a concern about holding off until the next phase and then the next phase, because we have one opportunity to make a first impression. I think what we decide on from a look perspective to make it unique, I personally kind of like funky, but I don't know if funky would work here. But I think there is to make it unique to Morrisville, I think is a very special opportunity rather than just yet another development that is plopped down in the middle of an area. But I know we'll talk about it. But I am concerned about what we do at the beginning because, again, the people that we represent are going to have their eyes on us, and it's going to correlate specifically with what people think that we're doing for the town.
Yeah, I did a lot of road tours this last week looking at different complexes, and it can be very cookie cutter if you're not careful. So there's design elements that are intriguing and statement-like, and I won't go into it right now, but I mean, it's our first time at a downtown.
Okay. So bringing us back to the presentation,
Yeah,
we're all comfortable with that timeline.
These were the next steps that we had laid out in the previous presentation of town council resolution for preferred developer. Next meeting on the 23rd. An MOU, as we showed in the timeline, established in the spring of 2018, and then ultimately a purchase and development agreement in the summer this year. That's the timeline that we're tracking for.
Everyone comfortable with that? Liz?
Yeah. So are we going to talk about who we're leaning toward? I think that's important. I'd like to know that, quite frankly, before I come in to vote, because there's one that I'm leaning toward as well. And I will tell you, when I read this material, clearly the developers, did they meet our criteria? Do they have prior experience with this kind of mixed-use development and their financial ability? Those were really big issues to me. But what really kind of tugged at me was, and I'm going to play off of what you just said, Jerry, this is, we are making a place here. This is important, this very first step. And so when I was evaluating these three, there was one that stood out that made me feel like working with them, we here in the town of Morrisville would be able to make a really significant and important place for our residents. And that was only the first applicant, who I want to keep calling them Amanda. I don't know why. But they're the ones that, for me, I could see working with them and making a place. And that was important for me.
So, Eric, you're done with your presentation. Did you have any wrap-up thoughts?
It's sort of an open period now for questions or even a discussion. But yeah, that's it for the presentation that we prepared. Kept it sort of.
Okay. If everyone wants to maybe share their thoughts first, and then we'll see if we have an appetite to choose the developer, or if anyone has any questions that I think that they feel are urgent that would keep them from making a decision tonight. Maybe we could sort of approach it that way. Mike, did you want to? Looks like you're grabbing the mic. Did you want to start?
Oh, yeah. No, okay. Appreciate all the work you're doing. I think it's fantastic. I think you've made my decision much easier. I mean, I like the variables you're putting in there. I liked your last slide about parking because that was my big concern. I do just a couple clarifying questions. So the parking, the library parking, 70 spaces or whatever it is not included in anybody's estimate. So we'll have that as, and that again could be used overnight for this first stage of this development project. Okay.
All the development proposals factored in the 65 spaces for the library into their concept.
They did.
Yes. So those 65 spaces were incorporated in the site plans. And
okay,
in those
so
numbers
go back
there.
to that
Yeah.
parking. Yes, so that's why I clarified it because it's the idea.
That's in that.
So I like. So let's. Okay, so the fourth one down, the UDO.
This range here, so the UDO is just for the residential minimum.
But you were including the 65 where in the range down at the bottom?
Well, the 65 factors into here. So these parking spaces would be available for commercial use, library, and other
Does
public
that
use.
mean we need to have a shared parking agreement with the library?
I think that's the with the developer and the town would be a shared parking agreement.
Okay. And I would like to know more about that, but in the next week. In 2 weeks, I can vote on this in 2 weeks, but just so I feel more comfortable before you go into negotiations, what are you negotiating?
In terms of
the shared parking agreement. Now I understand you're including the library, so we have a third party in it. The town, the library, and the
library's
developer.
parking needs need to be met. That's what has been sort of detailed to the developer.
And I'm going by your guys' expertise. I'm sure you have some of that, or you can find it. I'm sure the library might have
Yeah, let me
some.
just say that the library plans to build their parking spaces as part of the project. What they're willing to do as the demonstration project evolves, they're willing to shift that from surface parking to some in the parking deck. So library's going to build their surface parking they need, and they're willing to shift that as time goes on.
Well, that's what we need to clarify as far as.
Not in this number.
He says it is.
The library parking spaces, so each of the concepts has the surface parking are incorporated.
Yes.
This is the entire site of the demonstration.
Isn't it? So let me make it clear. So 151 minus 65 is the residual, right? If in the first, if we go with your 1.5, so is that?
It's 151 what we're looking at here. Yes.
So minus 65, which is.
But the 51
No.
is the library parking then.
No, 65 is the parking for library. So 86 is.
No, Jerry was correct. The 51 was essentially dedicated for the library. With, the library said we need 65 spaces. 50 can be internally, as we have 14 street parking. They were fine with that as, 50 inside, 14 on the street outside.
Okay. I don't think we need to belay it. He'll come back and he'll explain a little better, but just wrap your head around it.
We have a great concern for parking.
Right.
The library parking is included, just to clarify for everyone. This number here, this is for public use, for commercial activity, and for library. That's the number that, and something that also that we haven't done is a shared parking agreement.
That's what I'm asking to see, kind of just some general guidelines on what you've experienced and what could be
And I
used.
think what we're saying here is with this this term sheet is let a developer propose a term for their shared parking. We would work on our own shared parking, and then.
Well, if you could show me something before the meeting, then just to everybody, just something, an agreement that is out there that.
What a shared parking agreement
Yes.
looks like.
Yes. So I could dwell on it and think about it before the next meeting, and then ask maybe some other good questions, and not getting the details.
And absolutely, and then in the MOU, because every time the agreement, they're more, they want to get with us, with the town, especially the first floor, right? That is what we had in the MOU, in the RFP. So I'm not getting in the weeds, but every time this number is always bugging me, that 72 parking spots on the first floor. How will you deliver those 72 parking spots and that numbers, you know? You understand, like.
I mean, I think I think how we labeled it in the RFP was essentially the first level. The parking deck could be, dedicated for commercial use and public use. They had the 50 spaces on the site.
I think what he means, though, is like the little sign you see in Raleigh or Durham, where this is off limits during the day at this time. And then who tickets that person or who does that? Those are the concerns that I think.
And we talked with a parking consultant sort of on how these would typically be structured. And a lot of parking decks like this now are getting more towards, not the person manning the booth, but for the residential unit having a key that gets them into the residential top 2 floors of the deck.
Perfect. Yes.
So
Okay,
that's all to be
part of the
worked out
details.
as sort of how we want to structure that. And I think, without those details from each development team, it's still vague on how that would be structured at this point.
And then, Martha, if we could get I'd like some idea on how much our town infrastructure we're paying for. I imagine it's stagnant. It's going to be the same for any one of the 3 projects. It's going to be the same, but how much are we investing in this? I think at some point we need to know that.
Yeah, and the town is committed to,
The roads, water, everything that we're doing. Again, back to the concept of transparency and showing the public how big investment we are making in this. And then I'll make a few comments about affordable housing. I'm big on affordable housing. We have it in the TOD at the other end of town. I'll bring it up when we talk later on about the UDO, but Granny Flats, I know it's being utilized, and I think we have a lot of land outside of there because I think Castle, it ends up being 12 units, which is a good faith effort, but it isn't a lot. I think we could pick up 12 Granny Flats out there, triple that if we wanted to. I think that's a way to do it, a better way than, and again, we have other projects, but I'm not adverse to asking the question and seeing what the answer is coming back. And I can vote on this on the 23rd.
Mike, could I ask for clarification when you wanted to know our infrastructure costs? Do you want that by developer?
It's all the same, I believe.
Is that?
Yeah, there
Feel that would
hasn't
be
been
the
any
case?
other asks from the developers in terms of increase the amount of infrastructure. Carolina Street extension, Foxglove Drive extension.
So even the larger parcels, those 2 developers that go extra,
Well, if
it'll
is,
cost more, but it's apples to apples still.
The town is only committed to doing Foxglove Drive, Carolina Street extension. Anything else is sort of future phases of the town center at this point is what we've discussed.
Well, that's what we've proposed. But I do question with these other proposals that are expanded beyond the demonstration area. I can see where they would expect the town to improve the road network for those areas.
And no, not one of them sort of expressed that
Right.
within their proposal at this point.
But that's the kind of stuff would come as we develop the MOU and the development agreement.
Exactly.
So I don't think we can have that information for you by next week.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
But we'd be willing to do that because that's part of our investment anyway. We're planning on doing all the roads throughout the project. We have not had that conversation.
That's why I want to see the costs of what we're doing for phase 1 is what I'm trying to do.
Foxglove Drive is what we talked about and funded.
Right.
Okay.
Nothing more than that.
Right. And I think as we move down that pathway, that months down the road or whenever, that would be a good figure to discuss. Okay, I'm done with my comments. So we can move along.
Does anyone want to go next, or you just want to go
Or
along?
whatever.
No, I'm good. I think I asked all of my questions. I'm just waiting for more split ups, and I'm ready for next week.
And I guess, Eric and Todd, it's safe to make an assumption that regardless of the three that was selected, you would feel very comfortable in working with any one of them that would build a phenomenal product for us. Is that right?
I do think all three are qualified. I think the question you have to ask is which one is going to provide the product that you're looking for. But in terms of working with them, finishing the job, I think they're all three capable.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think we noted, the experience of a couple firms that have high levels of experience of doing town center style development, of mixed use development. There's a range in terms of the experience levels of the firms that we talked about last week. So, some have those capabilities and that track record of building town centers. Some
Right, but you wouldn't have brought them before us if you felt that they couldn't complete the
They have a
job.
portfolio of completing projects. So, yeah, exactly.
Nikki, did you want to share anything?
Send us a slide, Todd.
Yes, yeah,
I'm
for
just
sure.
giving you
Yeah,
the
we were
opportunity.
working on this, so yeah.
Okay.
Steve, is there anything you want to share about sort of high level? You did that a little bit earlier, but
Yeah, I mean, I think, for me, it's exciting that we've had developers participate in this process. I'm very grateful for all of them thinking about investing in Morrisville. And to me, I've narrowed it down to two. I'm going to have to think through it this week, but, just looking at the mixed use, the previous experience of doing something like this. And I think for me, the affordable housing is also an important component. So I feel like, we have to, at least having an understanding in any MOU that it's something that they would be willing to consider, realizing that we need to define it more, what it means. And I think the other thing is, this is all a business deal. So, what type of an affordable housing component would make the best, maximize the greatest return for a town center? And that's where I really would want to leverage on DFI's experience, just working with other towns and cities. You're seeing this trend. But we can get the emotional component. We want affordable housing. But I also want us to make sure that we're working with the developer in terms of a business decision of what is the best. So there's one that I think is a better fit for creating that sense of place. But I want to go back and review the other proposal. And I'm ruling out the one that has not considered commercial real estate. I mean, mixed use development. So, but thank you.
Satish, yes?
Yeah, I wanted to make one comment about the affordable housing. I asked the question last time about the apartment unit splits of how many they're doing, and Todd said we would not be able to get the reply back on how many units they are going to get back, like a 1 bedroom or 2 bedrooms and those things. And also when we were doing the calculations, Castle is the only thing which came back with the affordable housing, and calculation of 5% is coming to 12.5 or something, and that too we do not know which units they're going to do that. The split of, is it 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, or 3 bedrooms? It was a very vague, and that was the reason I asked last time, will they give us the split of the two things? And we're not getting any information back other than like a blanket statement they would do it. So that was not sufficient information to make any grounds than just using a blanket statement of that thing. And we do not know what are the caveats that they would be using. Means what does that, I think, Vicky, you know more than any one of us what affordable living is. Like, what does the town needs to get into the agreement with, and workforce housing, what kind of things that we have to sign agreements, who is going to manage it? I think I read more into it. Are they going to, the developers, are they going to maintain it? Are they going to develop, I mean to say, stay on top of it? Those are the kind of questions.
Right. I mean, is it deed restricted, like an ownership kind of model, or is it a rental kind of model? I mean, we don't have that.
We don't have any of that. So that was the kind of things that, and as Todd said, that we will not get those kind of information back. So it's kind of hard when you have a make addition, when other than saying that was kind of hard for me to make those kind of additions so quick. But it's good to have something, and as Liz said, it's as quickly as might be a town retreat topic to add this, as to have a policy around it. Yeah. Perfect.
So we heard from staff that all the developers are capable. Is there any leaning towards any one of them being stronger and helping us a little bit more, or has done some really good examples of this work, or we've heard references that they're very strong?
Yes. Staff felt like that Armada Hoffler was the best choice of the three proposals. It was based on how they responded to the proposal, the RFP. It was based on their experience to building similar town center projects. It was based on reference checks to a city where they've done a project like that. So overall, we felt like Armada Hoffler was the best choice of the three.
So I've heard that there's some council members who are hesitant to vote tonight per staff's request. There was at least two.
We're not looking for a vote tonight.
No, I know.
Just
I mean,
whatever direction you give us, we would appreciate it.
You're correct.
Because we do need to finish the briefing item, or we'd like to finish the briefing item. So,
meaning you just want to be able to put a name in it?
yes.
Okay.
And adjust any other language that needs to be in the briefing item, but mainly it would be to add a name to the resolution.
Okay. Sounds like we might be close to a name, but I don't know if we're willing to do that. What other language would need to be clarified? Because I don't know if we're clear about that.
Yeah.
You're clear?
I'm clear. I can tell you who I'm going to vote for.
Really, the language would be based on where we end the conversation tonight.
Okay. So I'm not sure how to move forward. I know that Steve and Mike have indicated they'd like to wait a week. Would other council members prefer to wait a week?
I think we are going to wait.
Yeah, we can't vote. We can't vote. That's a ground rule.
Are we willing? Is council willing to go ahead and sort of give a very strong hint of how we're leaning?
I think I don't put together briefing items, and I appreciate the resolution being significantly important, but I don't want to put in a name tonight because it feels like it's voting to me, just a principle thing. But I would like to know what we need in order to get to that resolution.
Well, let me ask you this. Would you be prepared to vote next Tuesday? That's one question that would help us.
Yeah, I said I was.
Yes.
Or do you need additional information? Do you need additional discussion?
I think
Because
Mike,
if you do,
Mike asked
then
for
there's...
some additional information, but I think that's more of a clarifying.
Right, it won't stop my vote.
Right.
It will just help me understand how, when we start negotiating with that individual, if it does work. That's all, because negotiation, as he's indicated, can be anything from affordable housing to the shared parking agreement, which is what my concern is.
Okay.
We can ask like everything.
So it sounds like we have a lot of head nods that we're willing to vote next week. I think we'll be prepared at that point. Does anyone have any other questions that they need answered in order to make an informed decision next week? Okay.
No, but are we going to have a discussion next week then about the three applicants? Now, if we're going to have a big discussion, I'd rather have it tonight and Tuesday.
Okay.
If there's real pushback on, because I'm with Todd, I'm fine with Armada Hoffler. So if that's not who we're leaning toward, then I'd like to have that discussion now so we can kind of hash out and see if I've missed something with the other applicants.
Okay. I think that's a fair statement. I would agree, Liz, that I'm leaning towards them pretty strongly, and I don't know.
I'm leaning towards them.
Anyone else willing to share Were there any?
I'm leaning toward Castle. I have a significant personal concern that everything around the table leads to one. All roads lead to one developer, including recommendations. And with the other person that was involved, I hate when it's a no-brainer because it just seems like it gives council almost no other option. And I don't personally, having not been here from the very beginning, but sitting at the table now, when it's like you have a door, and behind one is a lion, behind the other is a rhinoceros, and there's only one door to freedom, and it just is it concerns me. Although I will say I think Castle has a very I do like the product. I like the 35,000 square feet of commercial space. I like the fact that they have experience with HUD and development. And at this point in time, I'm leaning toward Castle, specifically on the grounds of affordable housing, because I think they're qualified based on what I've read, and because it doesn't look like it was a hand-me to Armada.
A hand-me?
It's just too, for me, it's just too obvious that one either had information of exactly what we were looking for and or what council before was looking for, and every answer, every box checked, every mark just spot on. Whereas
Mr. Wendell, all of them had information.
From me,
they all had information of what we were looking for.
Yeah,
that was
so I'm just,
so I
understand. That's why I asked the conflict of interest. All I'm saying is that when all recommendations, when everything on paper points at one, is there any reason why we even need to discuss it then? Is what I'm saying. I mean, we're trying to make an informed decision to select a developer to work with us, and going with anybody but Armada feels like you're going against, you're making the wrong choice, and I don't like that, and that's why I asked, would DFI be just as enthusiastic about any one of the three of these? And my concern is if a consultant or if we as a council aren't as enthusiastic by either one, I'd like it to be a hard choice. And the fact that it isn't, and I'm not going to railroad it, and I don't want to stop it because I want us to move forward, but it just on paper, and I think anybody reading this, it just doesn't look like an opportunity for, I'll refrain from anything else, but at this stage in the game right now, I would be looking at Castle specifically because of the square footage of commercial space, because I think that's very important, and their significant experience with HUD.
Okay, great. Thank you for sharing.
Let me throw this option out as a consideration.
Could we have everyone's thoughts first?
Absolutely,
And then
yes.
we'll let you summarize some. Satish, did you have any thoughts?
I'm going to say I'm looking purely numbers here, and I do understand what Jerry is talking about, but the RFP was sent to, I guess, everyone the same document, and if my understanding is correct, we asked them to do 4 acres of development, right? 3.5 or 4 acres, and everyone came back with more than what they requested. I think Castle came with 6 or 5.8.
We discussed the ability
yes,
to expand.
And to expand
this
as
so
their,
that was-
and I think Greystar came with more. So all the unit sizes, and I always go back and look at how would our downtown be placed, and how can we go and enjoy the downtown, and with having the green space, and with having the longer infrastructure of having the future that we discussed of the gym or whatever, the whole thing placing together, and the placements of the units and the parking. It's kind of hard for me, and that's what I kind of agree with Michael here, is how would I'm not getting into the weeds, but how do we fine-tune the MOU? And that was the reason I was asking Courtney about the minimum UDO standards, the higher UDO standards, and that's how you come to a determination. And how do you get the maximum tax dollars back to the town and the infrastructure that we are putting into the town, because the infrastructure pretty much remains the same. So end of the whole thing is, who is the best fit? Obviously, none of us have any conflict of interest. Anyone that makes the town vibrant is good for the best of the town. And seeing that, obviously, the first choice does bring, because that opens up more development to happen. The second choice is pretty good as far as the HUD is there, but the 35,000 square feet bothers me because it's bringing down, especially when I see the numbers of 200 square feet for every space. 35 almost equates to almost 125 parking more. And it's pretty much blowing off, and 500 square feet per parking, it's too much. I don't think they have sufficient parking programmed into with all those factors. So even though your slide is there, it's kind of incomplete because you're not factored that 35,000 into that first and the second choices. And that's the reason, like, if you have this whole picture plus the green space, which eventually will come in. So how will you have that? And that was my choice of making decision. That's purely math and how to do that.
Well, and just to point out, the least expensive rent in the first proposal is $1,211 a month on average for a one-bedroom apartment. You know, I don't know any working person that could afford $1,200 a month for a one-bedroom apartment. So yeah, that's something I think we need to consider.
So Satish, it was Armada that you were leaning towards after all that?
Yeah, and if they don't sell it, it stays empty. That's their choice, right? And we do not know the rent. That's the reason we didn't ask, the other guy didn't provide us any information on the second. Why did they not give us the information on the second and the third? That's like
So
not...
the rent pricing?
Yeah. You know, they did not give the rent. They did not give how many units they're going to have. So how do we draw a conclusion based on those not giving those information? If they had given, we would have had more information for me.
Okay.
I can take this next one. Okay, so my first choice would be Castle because I like the mix of residential and commercial. I like the fact that they have experience with HUD, so they wouldn't have to do research. They could provide us with detail on, well, this is the mix if we have this kind of unit. If we want workforce housing, this is the mix that would do this. So they have those answers if we're interested in having an affordable housing mix. They also are looking at parking in a different way than Armada does. There was a little description about, you know, we're going to revisit the parking that we're going to lease to you depending on your needs. That was from Armada, and I just, the way that they said it, I can't quote them, but it just seemed like we were at risk of not having some public parking available the way we might want it, and we might not have as much control, and I didn't like that. And Castle was very clear. This is your lease price, added up. You know, it's very transparent to what that option was. Greystar was very disappointed, and they just wanted to build multifamily units in our downtown, which was not meeting, to me, the description of what a downtown would be. So they were immediately removed from my consideration. So it would be Castle first, then Armada for me.
Steve, would you like to weigh in?
I'm narrowed it down to Armada and Castle, and I'm factoring in comments made by all of my colleagues and just sort of soaking it in. It's a very important decision. So, like Councilmember Wendell inferred, I don't want to make a decision just because I feel like I'm making the wrong decision by not voting for what we all want. So I think I'm narrowed down to those two, and I'm just going to have to go through everything, and I'll be ready to vote on next week. I just don't feel comfortable saying one or the other right now. I've got to.
Okay, sounds good. I'm leaning towards Armada. They feel like very responsive. The data from the parking and the financials look like they are strong, and I look forward to. Is there more discussion that you want to have about it now? We have some people.
But they said we would not be able to get anything.
To do what?
We would not be able to get any description on others.
No, I mean now it's in our court. We have the information that we requested. The stuff that Mike's asking for is kind of that'll apply to all of them. So we have the information that we're going to use to make a decision next week, unless there's more information that someone wants or clarification more or less. So it seems like we have what we need.
So can I, because this is really important, we do need to be sure who we pick is, the right pick. And from here on out, there's lots of negotiating. So in that negotiating, we can talk about commercial space, because remember, when we talked about this sheet, I even asked if this was, I even would prefer more than 20,000 square feet of commercial. So, maybe that's something we negotiate, Jerry, as we're moving forward. And that's something that they may be amenable to, or maybe not. But and I thought we addressed the affordable housing to some degree. The thing that concerned me the most about Castle is there's such limited use of, or limited experience in mixed use. And that's really what we're looking for here. And quite frankly, I would love to establish a relationship with a partner developer that potentially would be beyond this first phase. So I want to make sure we have somebody who's really got a lot of experience in the mixed-use world, because that's exactly what we need more of in the next phases. So, Castle doesn't have that experience. So that concerned me about them.
Well, I would just say that I think when we're looking for a long-term relationship with anybody, there comes a point in time when, if they had no experience, I would hope that Eric and DFI wouldn't have brought them before us, which is why I said, would you be comfortable in working with any one of these? I think, too, if you're given an opportunity to somebody that may not have as much experience, I mean, they have 15 million it was in liquid assets. So, they're all three probably very viable, financially viable and solvent companies. But, when you have a company that maybe not have as much as, some of these bigger players, they would certainly be willing to come to the table at an even greater amount, so that they can have that on their resume. And I think, if we were to work with Castle, this is something that bothers me. In the current proposal with Armada, not a single member of my family would be able to afford to live in Morrisville downtown. And all of us can afford probably to live wherever we want to live. But when you look at the people that we represent and the workforce that we represent, to go and to make a partnership with an organization or a developer that is interested in really high-end luxury, if we were on South Beach, Florida, I would see that. But when I hear from everybody that there's no place for us to live, and especially if we're building a downtown, are we building an elitist downtown, or are we going to build a place that people want to go and that everybody feels welcome to come downtown? And I like the idea that Castle has experience with it, that they can bring it to the table. And honestly, it would have bothered me if Eric would have said, I wouldn't go with these guys because they have no experience. I think both Todd and Eric said that, yes, they could build a good product. And I think sometimes when you give it to a little bit of the underdog, they're more willing to do even more for you and to work even closer with you. And so, again, we have a unique opportunity to really make a statement and to let our town, our constituency, recognize what it is that we're wanting to do for not only the town, but for them. If they were a third-rate company, I would say, okay, yeah, no. But in the fact that you've assured me that they would do just as good a job and they have the experience, my gut tells me that somebody that is a little bit more hungry would be much more willing to work with the council.
Are there per unit prices in castles? I don't recall seeing that. What if they're the same, Jerry?
I think that, if that's I don't know if that's a question that we can ask, but the fact that, a one-bedroom apartment is $1,100 a month, to me is just,
We don't have comparable data, so that's not something that can be.
Except that I would venture to guess that a HUD apartment is not $1,100 a month.
So, but
it's only 12.
It's only 12 units out of like 283.
Right.
It's not the entire.
So Armada might be willing to do that,
and Castle may be willing to do more.
No, in the proposal they said 5.
And TFI did not check their block for them, so they are 5 out of 6. They're not 6 out of 6.
Right.
And something, we did state, please provide us the mix of bedroom counts and your average rents per unit. So it's information that just wasn't included as part of the
and part of our bigger affordable housing discussion is where should it be located? Not exactly sure.
Grants as well.
So
I want to, go ahead, sorry.
Being on the Affordable Housing Committee, a lot of communities want to put affordable housing where land is cheap. And land is cheap on the outskirts where there is no public transportation available. But mixing affordable housing throughout the community is ideal. But when you have availability to jobs, to public transit, and to living spaces that are not high luxury, it balances out. I think the downtown is a really prime spot. I think the TOD is a really prime spot. Granny Flats are a great idea too. It's just, let's not discount the downtown as just being high luxury. I think that is a message I don't want to convey.
I don't think anybody said that. I didn't say that. I haven't heard one person say that.
But I didn't hear the other way either from, it's like, what do we want our downtown to be?
We talked about including affordable housing. We did talk about that. I think it's important to remember there's no property here. There are no outskirts in Morrisville where property is cheaper. Every piece of property in Morrisville is expensive.
Yes.
So I think we need to have an affordable housing policy. I think council needs to have that discussion. And I think Michael's right on target. I think granny flats are going to be key in our community. I could see that being.
I know where they can't go is where the houses are this close together, but there are some spaces where
you can in the back.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we have lots of opportunities. I absolutely do. I think we have to have that discussion. I am willing to have that discussion. I want to have that discussion, but I think we need to come up with a policy so that we can in turn then ask for what we want. Right now, all we're saying is we want affordable housing. I don't even know what that means because we haven't had that conversation. That's all I'm saying. I think we need to have it.
We create an affordable housing policy in time for the MOU deadline because we have a timeline that was presented tonight.
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
It's a little rhetorical because I know that we're going to have the retreat on the 23rd. But we can't necessarily adopt a policy at the retreat. So there is a deadline of 3 months for the MOU.
But the affordable housing policy will be for the whole town. I think there's no transportation in our downtown now. There's no transportation anywhere. So
unless you're living at Perimeter Park, which is an employment center.
So this idea of affordable housing and making sure it's near transportation, that is a huge conversation we need to have. And we're starting those conversations in bits and pieces, but we need to put it all together for sure. But I think I don't know who said it. I didn't say, somebody else just said it. I think there's opportunities all over town. Maybe you said it, Vicki. There's opportunities all over town to have affordable housing. It doesn't need to be in just one location.
Right. I just don't want us to remove the possibility of having that yet.
I didn't hear anybody say that.
Yeah, I think we're all comfortable with the idea of having it as a suggestion in the MOU going forward and negotiation point with any developer that we choose. It's nice that Castle identified it up early and offered it up. So that's weighing heavily for Councilmember Windle, which is great. We all have different factors that we're deciding this on. So I'm not sure if more discussion about it right now will be helpful, but if people...
And one thing I think, I don't know, I stayed in an apartment not a long time ago, but if we can research our own, like what's the current rent in Loft and Park West? And
that was provided in the RFP. And
the Grace Park, because I don't know, but certainly you have that information.
Yeah, and the rents that were included in the RFP, which came in about $147, market rent for a new product. That's, depending on what year, that was $1.47 per square foot. All that information was included in the RFP. This is what market rent is right now in this area. We didn't get into affordability at all, but
$1.47.
That was on average what was proposed.
So 800. So it's like I'm using 1,000. So one bedroom, I'm choosing 1,000 square feet. So it's 1,470, Jerry. Just so I don't know how much is. I do not know. So that's the thing. I'm like not stayed in a long time ago.
That was included as and that was more for the developers to provide. Are they providing realistic numbers based on market rents, or they feel like they're overshooting what they could actually get in this market? So, I think depending on whether they want to include affordability or not, that's another issue. But whether they were realistic in the rent assumptions that they provided us, they all seem to hit the mark. Those that did provide numbers.
And then certainly we can ask them. That's already we're keeping up. We're asking them, right, in our MOU.
A reminder that the MOU comes to you to approve as well, as does the developer agreement. And then that's what I can offer to that.
All right. That's it. No questions.
If I could ask one more clarifying, Eric. So we had essentially 3 responses. It's not like there were 6 and you gave us the top 3. So
3.
It's not necessarily that these were already parsed out, Councilmember Windle. These were the 3 that came forward. And we can all decide how responsive we felt that they were to what we were asking for. And if the final product looks like what we asked for, and that might indicate how responsive they will be to negotiation during the RFP process and the MOU and the developer agreement. But it sounds like we all have some homework to do over the next week so that we are able to we can continue this discussion. We're not going to go straight into a vote. I think it'd be healthy for us to sort of address some of these issues that were brought up about the differences. And I think if we want to, are we okay to talk to staff or amongst ourselves during the week, or?
I just want to close my closing remarks on this is just after hearing everybody. For me, it's going to come down to experience on doing it, which I think is very important. Versus, and I want to thank Jerry, Councilmember Wendell, for bringing the words out, because it was in the back of my mind. I've had situations in the past in business where you've gone with the underdog, and they actually end up doing more and they work harder for you. I've had experiences where you do that and they don't have the experience and that doesn't work so well. So I think we have to really take a step back and ask. This is probably one of the most important decisions we've made ever in the history of the town. And so, I think all of us, when we walk away from here, let's go back through and look it all through. I think we know it's down to 2, right? And I just wanted to say those are the 2 factors that I'm going to have to think through in the next week. How important is experience in doing this versus...
Let me offer another approach that you could consider. You could authorize staff to negotiate with 2 developers to bring back 2 MOUs for your consideration. that is an option as well.
Okay, thanks for that offer, because I thought that was not on the table, but that's something we can discuss
It's
next
just 'cause
week.
it wasn't, we didn't recommend it.
Right.
It's not the traditional way of doing it, but DFI has some success with that option.
From discussions of wanting to know flexibility of developers from our last meeting last week, there was the opportunity to take a term sheet and distribute it to your, the firms that you feel that you would like to distribute to understand a little bit more clarity moving forward. It would push back the selection date of a developer, but there's an opportunity to hash out details of the MOU that wouldn't slow down the development agreement at the end of the summer or during the summer.
Okay, so that sounds like a discussion we have to have now. If we're planning on voting next week, and you're saying that we can't if we take that path.
So it would delay executing the MOU, but if we took that approach.
What kind of delta between the two do you think that we'd get back from that, and how long would that take for them to return that kind of document?
And that would be, typically the term sheet that we have here, it would essentially be distributing that to the preferred developers. Typically we would say that we'd like to get responses within, if we were to distribute that, early next week or later this week, giving a, 10, 15 business day window for them to fill out these as clear as they possibly can, getting the unit counts, the interest in affordable housing, all these responses. All this is going to go towards helping to select, helping to fill out the MOU. It's not going to push the development agreement date back. It's just going to push the selection of a developer, a sole developer, back. So, it's something that you can start to negotiate with two developers here, essentially, to get to an MOU.
So this would be the document that would go forward pretty much?
We would morph it to just, for the items that we included, the affordable housing discussion that we had tonight. But overall, pretty close to this in terms of these are the terms that we're envisioning would go into the MOU.
So let me ask, does that help to vet one against each other? Or does it help overall? Because if we take one and that doesn't work, instead of picking all the other person again, picking two, say, okay, this guy's not doing, will you do that? So I'm just asking your experience because...
Well, what it's going to get is where you were asking for some clarity on some issues in terms of a unit count, in terms of information that they haven't provided from either original responses or clarifying questions, which we asked, a couple times. This is another final opportunity for them to provide this apples-to-apples comparison that we haven't yet been able to get from the developers.
But I thought in the MOU you have a real chance to negotiate too, right? That was the...
Yeah, and I think
but this gets us there.
There would be DFI helping the town staff come up with what we feel are the town's responses that they'd like to see, hearing the developers' responses, and then, having, a little bit more clarity on specifics.
So I'd just like to say and ask for consideration from my colleagues. There's obviously several streams of thought here. If I were to say I want to build a house, and I know this is commercial real estate, but if I wanted to build a house and I just said, hey, developers, tell me what house you would build for me, and they come back with 3 proposals, and I'm kind of like, well, I guess out of all these, this is what I want best. But if I could go to each one of those builders and say, this is what I want, what can you give me? That would certainly, for me, clarify it. And maybe what comes back would be I get it, I'm all for one, or, I'm all for another. But I think maybe asking very specific questions about this is what we want. We want X number of affordable housing or whatever. We want there to be, potential for workforce housing or X number of parking spaces or whatever it is, and ask them to give us a little bit more specifics on what each one of them would do. And maybe even if, I don't know it would be up to you guys about the, flexibility to, work with us. I don't know how you would even question or pose that as a question, but for me, if we could do that, it would make my decision probably black and white versus very, very shaded right now, if everybody would agree to it.
Yeah, that's kind of what we did when we created the RFP. We said, this is exactly what we want, and then 3 came back. Some were more responsive than others. But I think that given that there's not a consensus for one developer right now, I'd suggest that the council maybe allows them to massage these questions a little bit and start the MOU path to 2 with the intention of pretty quickly choosing one, not going 3 months in the MOU process, stringing them both along.
Right.
The sooner we can make a decision. It seems like the affordable housing and the unit counts, when we have apples to apples on that, I think we might be in a position to make a decision. Does that sound a path forward? I know it's not as quick as some would like.
Jerry, I think you said it when you started by saying there's one that really rose to the top more than the others. Why would we even look at somebody who didn't rise to the top?
Well, that's a very fair question.
And the other part of that is, why would we go with somebody who has no mixed-use experience at all? That is like the key to what we're asking for.
Did I misread? Castle has no mixed-use experience?
They do provide mixed-use experience within their portfolios, a lot of market rate residential, student housing portfolio. That was in their response.
And they knew clearly that we were doing, this is a downtown.
So all this mixed use is not their work? Did I misread that?
Are you looking at, is this the contractor? So you make sure that we're looking at their collection of work.
I thought I was. For Castle. Multifamily mixed use.
So Castle has contractors with experience?
Yeah, exactly. That's the Clancy and Thays. That's the GC that they have identified as a potential partner for the project that has done mixed use experience. So we have a table showing their GC, they have experience with mixed use. Does the developer have mixed use experience?
So that's the trade-off. Do we want an underdog who's learning the ropes?
Well, I probably shouldn't have used the word underdog because now that's having a negative connotation around the table, so I'll withdraw that word.
Do we want to be someone's learning curve, I guess, is the question.
They're partnering.
They're
They're
the
partnering
GC.
with someone with that strength.
Yeah.
Right. So based on the projects they're bidding, they're getting a partner that has experience for the project that they're bidding on.
That's
Might
right.
Find another different GC for another different type of project. But, they've been doing several projects successfully. It's just with this project, they'd like to bring in this GC with mixed use.
But they themselves have no experience with mixed use. They have done apartments and student housing. That's not what I'm looking for in Morrisville's downtown. I'm looking for somebody who's going to come in with otherwise, why are we hiring them? I want a developer team that has mixed use experience who's going to work with us to develop a downtown.
For me, I don't like the apartment count. It's too much. And then I think that weighs into back to the parking. I think we're taking a gamble anyhow with the parking. And you know how people will be. It's the case. So that's, and again, I think there's plenty of land. The town center itself is not 5 acres. It's much more than that. We have plenty of opportunities, I think, to put in affordable housing through granny flats to start with. And then the TOD, I think we'll have a program then in place for that.
I just think we need to think about affordable housing throughout the town. That includes the downtown.
I think either will have the opportunity to consider that.
Right. So the objection to the too many residential units, I think that's a reflection on the actual amount of land that they're considering in their proposal. I mean, it's possible that the mix with the larger parcel should be include more commercial, in my opinion, to have a vibrant downtown. You want your customer base, you want to bring people in walkably from the downtown area,
Just
the
the first
Greenway.
phase.
You know, how do we get more commercial space?
Thank you for sharing that, Mike and Vicki. Okay. So, sounds like there's been some good things to think about. Is that good, clear direction for staff?
So
I
do
would
we
like
want
you
to just have one MOU and we'll put the name in the box on Tuesday?
Okay, that's not what I heard.
I'm just asking. Well, that was the original plan. Now we
That
have.
was the original plan. Sounds like,
So what Council Member Wendell has said is that if we do a parallel process, we can end at the same time. As a project manager, I don't want to extend the timeline because we have a critical path with the library. We want all that coordinated with the library schedule. So I would be parallel path supportive only if we ended at the time point that we originally planned.
And we believe that this wouldn't slow down the ultimate development agreement date, being that this is part of the process that we would ask
Anyways.
if one developer was selected, as long as we keep hard dates and all the responses come back in a timely fashion, then yes, that it shouldn't slow down the process. But obviously there's the ability to select one preferred one and start moving forward with that preferred one. It's sort of, now we have multiples to work through.
Right. So in our agenda tonight, item 3C, we are to next discuss design elements, which design elements could be part of an MOU as well. Is that correct? So would we include that in this version of the MOU?
This MOU is high level of who's going to take care of infrastructure elements. It's not going to get into specific design
So
components.
this is lower level. Okay. I get it.
would it be your preference to look for next Tuesday, or would you like to do this parallel?
I'm okay to do it parallel only if we stay on timeline. If there's any risk to slippage, I would say no.
Okay. Agree. Okay. And the rest
So
of the
your
group is
risk,
ready to go. Yep.
your risk is you get to and you still can't make a decision.
Well, then it's going to be a vote. And I think if we did a vote next Tuesday, I know how it would go, but I think some people would feel like they didn't have all the information.
Is it possible to get some information by Tuesday?
I think this is the path to the information.
And that's what we wanted it because of the ask from last week to put together this sheet. And we wanted to keep it on the track that was
So you want to do it
established.
in a formal process in order to ensure.
And again, another clarification. It was asked for in the initial RFP. It was asked for a second time. So you've got what was provided after two asks.
So I got to tell you, I want to pick someone that I know we can work with. That and I think clearly there's one developer that rose to the top here, and provided information up front. When asked, provided additional information. There's only one that rose to the top here, and I don't need to do a two-path thing. I'm confident in picking one to work with. We have not agreed on anything yet. Now we're just picking somebody to work with, and I feel confident I can pick one to work with and to work through all these issues that we brought up here tonight. And if in the end we can't get there, well then, we didn't get there. But I don't think that's going to happen because this one applicant, this Armada Hoffler, I want to say Amanda, Armada Hoffler has provided everything we've asked. So that gives me a good feeling that they're going to be a good person to work with. They're going to be a good team player as we move forward. And
Okay. Would you? Okay.
Do you want straw poll, Mayor Colley, on how we want to proceed?
Yeah, I think that's probably best. So one option would be to vote next Tuesday, and then the next option would be to pursue this dual path with the hopes of maybe deciding first meeting in February or second meeting in February, having gotten this information.
Probably will be the first because we have a 3-week break.
Okay. So who would be in favor of voting on Tuesday?
Yes.
Next Tuesday? I'd be in favor of doing that. You have 2 people, 3 people?
Did I see Councilmember Wendell raise his hand shortly?
You'd
But,
be willing
yeah,
to
I
vote
mean,
next Tuesday?
it is what it is, yeah.
Okay, it sounds like we'll be making our decision next Tuesday. We'll not be asking for these until after we make our decision. We'll send it to one bidder. Thank you very much. I know that was a good discussion and some good things to think about deciding who you'd like to support next Tuesday.
Mayor, can I make just a couple of quick
Yes, please.
points before you close this?
Do you want to come on?
I just want to say, the whole process of, RFP, MOU, and then agreement is used in any wide variety of business transactions. So I would just encourage you to understand that you're starting the process. There's still a lot of process to go through, and things will pop up in the MOU process and then in the development agreement process that no one's anticipated yet.
Mm-hmm.
And so in my own experience, in a recent transaction, went through this totally different transaction, but same process, RFP, MOU, agreement. We selected the one we thought was the best of 3 that the consultant brought to us. And we got into the MOU, and new things were brought up that no one had talked about before, and the process broke down, and we did not go with that one. We went back to number 2 and asked if they were still interested, and they were, and we ended up working out an agreement with number 2. So I'm just saying, you're just starting the process. It is an important decision you're going to make, but it's not irreversible if you can't get the type of pieces that you want in the final product that you want to sign at the end of the day. And then the other thing I would say is that, if you had 6 acres over across the street that the town decided it did not want, you would be required by law to sell that by sealed bid or public auction or sealed bid with an upset process. This is an exception. You're operating under what would be called downtown development agreement statute, and that allows you to make a finding that it's in the public interest that you not sell this property through some kind of public auction, but you sell it with a negotiated agreement with the developer because it is in the public interest. The downtown development serves a particular need for the town. With the library as a component, you have a unique opportunity here. And so in the documents that you will be asked to vote on, there will be some wording around that you are making this finding that there's a public interest here that authorizes you to use this special process for disposing of town land.
Okay.
That's great.
Thank you, Attorney Gray. So we'll be ready to vote on this next Tuesday. It is 9:08. We exceeded our time on this one. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Then we'll come back for item 3C, Town Center Streetlight, Sidewalk, and Crosswalk. Be back at 9:18. Thank you. Okay, it's 9:19. I'm bringing this meeting back into order, please. Next item is item 3C, Town Center Streetlight, Sidewalk, Crosswalk, and Design Elements Work Session, conducted by Courtney Tanner. We're looking for a total of 30 minutes, so we'll try to keep our questions on topic and keep us moving along. Thank you very much, Ms. Tanner.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit of background on kind of the town center in general. There's really 2 main areas in the town center. We have the town core, which for the purposes of the presentation tonight, the original DFI project that starts on Town Hall, goes all the way through Church Street. We're going to use that as the town core. And then we're going to talk about some current guidelines that we have in place today. And we're also going to talk about some existing infrastructure and amenities that we have in place. And really what I'm looking for is guidance moving forward. All of this guidance, once it's provided this evening, it's going to translate into UDO text amendments. So you will have another pass. So if you have regrets in your choice this evening, there's opportunity to make changes. But in order for me to give the consultant clear information to start the code text changes related to the Morrisville Library, I do need some pretty good guidance from you all this evening. So the image that I have on the screen right now, that is the original DFI concept. Again, that's what I'm going to refer to as the town core. This entire yellow boundary you see on the next screen, that's the entire town center. I've pulled that boundary from the 2007 town center plan. So I'm using that for the context of this conversation. And to give you an idea how the two relate, I'm doing this back.
You can sit right here if you want. There's room.
May move over there, at least for the next one. So, and then we have how the two relate. So the town's core, DFI area, is the area that I've kind of darkened in yellow, and the boundary is in yellow itself.
And
so
how many acres is that?
I do not know off the top of my head. I have to come back and
get it. 10 acres we own.
Correct. So that is larger than the land that we own for both of them, both the town core as well as the center of the mall.
Coming forward, if we can get an idea how many acres we're dealing with on both, that would be helpful for me.
I'm happy to do that. Okay, so another kind of quick terminology for you here. When I say the term Main Street, I'm going to refer to a zoning district, not a physical road, but it's actually the zoning district. And again, for the purpose of the conversation, I'm not looking at the zoning map and what's out there today. I'm thinking ahead. So DF5 area, also known as Town Core, is also our Main Street zoning district. And then all the other areas that I showed on the previous map, those are all of our other town center zoning districts. It includes the Historic Crossroads Village District, Town Center Commercial, Town Center Residential, Residential Transition, and Residential Neighborhood Preservation. Some of you may or may not know, but we have what are called Street E guidelines. So before Jeremiah Street actually had a name, it was referred as Street E. So there are a set of standards that council at the time went through and decided what the street lights should look like, what the benches should look like, what is the cross section of the road, which really was our first introduction into on-street parking. And there are several other criteria. It went as far as into even landscaping. So those were approved in 2009. However, all of those items within the guidelines have not been codified and adopted as part of the UDO. So to give you an idea of what was approved, I have some existing pictures out there, on Jeremiah Street. So there were sign poles, light poles, benches, trash cans, and again, as I stated, on-street parking. I just wanted to make sure everybody had a visual. So what I'm really specifically going to start asking you for is directions on what you want to see in the town core and the balance of the zoning districts. Do you want the same thing? Yes or no? In some instances, I think you're probably going to say yes. In other instances, you may or may not say yes. I don't think there's necessarily a right or wrong answer, but there's a couple of things that are driving this. One, again, I need answers as they're starting to design the Morrisville Library. They're going to design based off the conversation this evening, even before it's codified in the UDO. And two, we've had a couple of townhome projects come through the town center. There's been several questions from this council related to benches and trash cans and streetlights. You know, that was kind of another signal to me that some of the things that we saw in the Street E guidance report, that maybe, just maybe, council wanted to see some of those outside of the Main Street area, and so it was appropriate for me to come back and have a conversation with the group. So what I'm going to propose first is, if you look at the bottom of each slide, you'll see, if you look at the bottom of each slide, I'm going to quickly go over the specific direction that I'm looking for. So the first images that we have are for light fixtures on NCDOT streets. And I'm going to separate NCDOT and town streets for one reason, and that is our small cell regulations that we have in place now. So since the adoption of the Street E guidelines, we now have small cell regulations. So the images that you see on the bottom of the screen, the one that's going to be on the bottom left is a traditional street light in Morrisville that's been converted to small cell. They basically look the same. The difference is the size and the height of the pole, and there's a little additional equipment. The images on the right, I'm showing you that if you had the teardrop, that's in essence what it may look like. It's not a pole that is going to be used in our jurisdiction. It's a little bit different, but imagine the teardrop shaped fixture on the left-hand image, if you will. And just to give you a little further look, this is in Holly Springs, so you can see what it looks like. I've spoken to Progress Energy, and they have told me that NCDOT will allow this teardrop fixture on the higher height poles. It has a longer arm that looks like the image that's on the screen now. Your other option that will also allow these small cell towers are your traditional fixture that we see along Town Hall Drive. So I'm really giving you two options here. Do you want something that is a little different that you would see in the rest of the town? I will admit that it is a little more historic in nature, and if our town center takes on a more modern design, the two may not mesh, and we may have to come back and have another conversation. But these are really your only two options for streetlight fixtures on NCDOT roads that will allow the small cell. If you say, you know what, I don't want either one of these options, I want to go back to our smaller poles, that's fine. But you have to realize that if a cell company comes in and wants to put a cell, one of these cell towers on Carolina Street, we legally have to let them do it. So you'll have the smaller light fixture and then a single large pole without a light fixture coming off. That's that cell tower. So I'm trying to make sure that we could potentially not allow extra poles along our main street and intertwine as necessary. That was my purpose from honing in on these two. So my question is, which direction do you want to go? Do you want to go with option one, which is a little bit different, or option two, which is our LED lights that we have along Town Hall Drive?
Or allow both options?
This is just on NCDOT roads.
So tell us what that is. That's
So
Church
for the town core itself, that's really just Church Street, if we're just focusing on town core. And any existing poles out there can be converted. They may be wood, but you can change the light fixture out actually to incorporate this teardrop fixture. So on NCDOT roads, which again is really only Church Street for the town core, do you have a preferred fixture preference?
Can I ask a question? Do they both shed the same amount of light? Is there different? Does one give out more light than the other over a greater area?
So their light pattern is different. So one is a full cutoff fixture. So the light really is at the horizontal plane to the ground going straight down. The other one's not. So you're going to have light going out kind of in side directions as well as down. So there's more light distribution and more of a circular kind of pattern versus more of a triangular kind of out pattern, if I can, it's the simplest way to describe it. So there is a little bit difference.
And which one is which? Option one is...
So option one is more circular in nature, if I'm to stand below it, and option two is more triangular in nature.
Which one helps the driver better?
Either one. Helping the driver has to do more with continuous light between poles and not having dark spots. It's the dark spots that create issues, so it's the spacing of your poles, not the actual fixture itself.
More of the driver or more of the pedestrians?
These are both more driver and scale lighting. Most likely your pedestrian scale lighting in the main street will come from the fixtures attached to the buildings that are along the same scale of the sidewalk. That's not to say you can't have both. If you go back to this picture here, you can easily see they have pedestrian scale as well as street light scale. So you can do a combination thereof.
To my knowledge, might be wrong, Blake, or you might know the answer. We put it every 250 feet, or so.
It's different for every single. So the Main Street's a little bit different for spacing. What we have now, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It's 400-foot length spacing on Jeremiah Street with the current poles, to give you an idea. Residential, there's a lot of factors that go in. It can be as little as 400. It can go up to like 1,400, depending on whether it's a cul-de-sac, where the intersections fall into play. I mean, there's a variety of factors, so I don't want to say they are X number of feet. It varies by development.
So the reason I'm asking is you're talking only Church Street here, right? It's only
This is NCDOT streets for the town core.
So it's only one street. So how many poles are we talking about?
I didn't even get into that calculation. This was more of, do you have a preference of fixture?
So I think it's really going to come down to aesthetics. And, I think the flat profile certainly looks more modern. And, what do we want that corridor to look like, 5-10 years from now? And if the look of the town center and the town core is going to have a historic feel, probably the teardrop from an aesthetic perspective would fit better. If we're looking at more modernizing and high-techy type of feel for what the building structures will eventually look like when we have everything built out, then the flat panel would be more. So, and lighting is lighting, and I'm sure they're all rated appropriately from a safety perspective, and they meet all safety standards. So it's really going to come down to aesthetics. Is that right?
That's exactly correct.
Do you have a preference?
It,
You do.
I was going to ask the same thing. So.
I kept my preferences to myself. I mean, I really, this is purely aesthetics. I mean, to Councilmember Wendell's point, I agree. If we are going to go with the trend of more modern architecture, the standard LED light's fine. If we want the town core to look different and it's going to be more historic in nature, the design, I would say go with the teardrop. We do not know what the buildings are going to, that's going to be part of the MOU process. So we do not know how the buildings are going to be designed. I can say from the library, the renderings that I've seen so far are trending towards modern. So if we take a neoclassical colonial design for the town center, they will not blend well together. So it just depends on where you're heading. Like the image I gave is more colonial. It's really it's a combination because it has Holly Springs because of the columns and.
What do you like, Jerry?
I mean, I feel like as a town, we're probably leaning toward going more high tech to go along with whatever things around us. So I would go probably with the flat scale myself. When I look at Church Street, if it's going to go the entire length of Church Street, there's a lot of historic houses and things in the church along. Would the lights go past that as well?
For this slide here, it's just the town core. So it's really Carolina Street, almost in where the Orchid Trail is currently located. That would be the vicinity.
Yeah. And especially with the library and stuff looking, and if it's, again, not knowing what we're going to build, but if we were looking at more modern, I would definitely go with the more modern look.
I like the more modern look. I think that's where we're going as a town. So
we approved the first townhomes, right? The one before that. That's also town core.
It's not town core. It's going to be town center. It's right outside the core.
Residential transition. So even though we are talking about DOT, I think the overall blend is more important, right? Like how we do on the DOT versus town streets. So we had to keep the same both, or
you don't have to.
But
it's again, if you're getting down to driver safety, continual light pattern That's what you need. It's those dark spots after you've had a very highly lit. That's what is very distracting to a driver and harder. I think if any street you've driven down and suddenly there's no street lights, it takes you a little bit of time to adjust. So that's the safety. I mean, either one's fine. We know how much, option 2 costs. We pay for it already. The only thing that it gets into is the color with option 2. So historically, black has always cost more on our monthly maintenance costs that we pay. However, we've had, as we're transitioning, and this is where I can't give you a definitive answer on what the cost is going to be. We have some areas that are Duke Progress Carolina, or Duke Energy Carolinas, and then we have parts that are Duke Progress Energy. They have a couple of different names, and the rates aren't the same yet. And the rates will always remain different. So we do have a project around, I think it's Wilson Place or Woods at Fairbanks, where they are able to get the same cost for the wood and the black, or not the wood, but the gray and the black. And as a result, they asked to change because their preference was for the black. So I said if those costs are all the same, I don't think that much matters either. But if the long-term costs tend to be higher for black, then maybe you consider going with the gray as an option just to reduce our long-term costs. They function the same.
Steve, did you want to weigh in?
Just in terms of which one I like better?
Or what is going into your consideration so that we can all benefit, whatever?
I like the more modern looking structure. I just feel like it's a better feel for the kind of brand we're building. So,
the town center core.
Yeah, we don't know what type of buildings are going to go there, and I like our focus on history, but as I think of our downtown, I'm thinking of a sort of a more modern look, so that's my preference.
Liz, did you have any thoughts?
I like both of them, quite frankly. I don't.
Yeah. I think consistency is going to be, I would vote for consistency.
Right.
So it's not something different every time you turn down the street.
That's what I was kind of thinking too, and I was thinking if we're extending this, I know we're just talking about Church Street, but we're going to be talking about the town core and then the town center as a whole, and I don't know if the modern is going to look great near our historical buildings like you noted, and especially if we're going to have some pedestrian level lighting. I don't know if we have any modern looking stuff there, but we have the other option for pedestrian level, and I think teardrop can go anywhere. I think the modern might sort of be a little discordant in some places, but if our town core is going to be modern, it kind of makes sense to make it more angular. So I'm still unsure.
Yeah, and the modern, to be fair, is what you see on Town Hall Drive today.
Right.
So it's not.
Yeah.
It's not earth-shattering modern, that I think can take some people aback. It's really what we see today. It was more, do you want it to be different? Or do you just want all the town to be homogeneous? That's what's important for this uniformity. Then, option 2 is kind of the no-brainer.
I don't think the other one looks that historic to me. Am I missing something? It doesn't look that like.
It's the one when their descriptions, they're the ones that say, they did say that it would go well in Main Street areas, more historic in nature. But the image that I have up there clearly is in a city somewhere. Can't tell you where. So, it's just, and so I really tried to, I didn't want to lean anybody in a particular direction, so I tried to grab a couple of images.
Well, I never paid attention, I probably should have, driving down Town Hall Drive. But I do recognize that it looks very, very nice. So I didn't know which light it was. But I know that I was like, wow, this is impressive. My first impression going down. So knowing that that's that one.
You will start noticing everything.
Apparently I will, yeah.
You'll be looking at the width of sidewalks.
So it sounds like you have direction
So
towards
I'm gonna
number
move
2 on that one.
Your preference for the black, like we have on Town Hall Drive, even though there could be some more, the cost is higher on a monthly basis.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. Thank you, Courtney. Moving on. I'm just kidding.
Let's see here. And then this one, again, Kind of moving along here. So the next one are for town streets and the town core. Since you talked about having a uniform look, and am I correct to assume that you also wanted that option 2 for all town streets, basically, moving forward?
Get a head nod over there, too. See a lot of head nods on that statement.
I like
Yep.
that one. I concur with the planning director's opinion.
This is non-committal.
Well, I was just thinking, when it really wasn't an opinion.
That's my, I'm just joking. That was just a joke. Come on. Try to liven it up a little bit.
Made that picture bigger so that we would.
We still have a few more items, so let's keep it moving.
Okay, so the next
Light,
one
keep it
here,
light.
and we have parking lot lights. So currently, if you go to most parking lot lights, it's your standard LED parking lot lights. So we can continue to head down that path, or I have 2 options, and if we're really heading modern, there's another option that I did not include, to be honest, so I didn't know you were going to have this direction. But option 4 is what we have on Jeremiah Street today. So if you want to have that in the parking lots, you can. If you want to have something similar to that, but it's a little more modern, that is actually going to be option 3. What's the difference? Because I know they look the same. You have a clear glass globe in option 4. There is no glass globe in option 3. So that kind of puts it in a little slightly modern. There's even more light fixtures that are even more modern than that. But I was just trying to take what we currently have out there today and find some blend. But if you do really want to head just the traditional lighting all around and follow the current standards, that really is for the most part, option 2 is kind of what you'll see. It just is on a shorter pole.
So this reimbursement for the parking lots for these kind of lights is at a different plan, right?
So if we don't own the lots, it doesn't cost us a dime. So we own the lots. We are now paying the costs associated with that. Really, it's just streets for once we take over the maintenance of roads, we start incurring those costs.
I didn't understand the parking lots. This is the parking lot one.
Yes, but for parking lots, there are no costs. I previously mentioned cost because we were talking about streets, and we have costs associated with that. We do not have any costs associated with lighting private lots.
So is ARM 2 or option 2, is that an ARM light?
It
Or
is.
Does that one have an accompanied pole light?
It does have an accompanied pole. There's lots of pole options.
No, I'm sorry. A complementary light that would be on the pole. So you have the street lights, and then you know, like a floor lamp versus a desk lamp, but they're the same family.
Yes, we do. They do have that. So they have an LED fixture that's very similar to what we have on Town Hall Drive, but it's just designed in smaller scale for parking lots.
So why not do those?
I'm happy to do that.
I do the complement.
I was going to say, go back. The other 2 would look nice, too. Yeah. You called them modern?
No, this is the traditional one that we have on Jeremiah Street now. Okay. This is the same light without the glass globe in it. So it's moving away from a traditional because it doesn't have the glass globe, but it has the same, it's called a Mitchell top hat with bands and medallions and all. But
I like that too. I was going to say, why don't we do something a little different in a parking
It could complement it.
versus same old, same old.
now if we have pedestrian scale lighting, would this be the one that we'd want?
Why was that funny?
Because she's laughing because I'm changing.
Or do you want me to come back with yet an even more modern fixture, and I can come back at a different time with that? Because y'all, I did not read y'all correctly, if I'm to be honest.
I mean, are we looking for?
Top's different.
Yes, they almost look like if I were to say goodbye, 1960s little alien invasion kind of spaceship. Kind of sits on top of the pole, and it kind of on top with the light bulb underneath with these bands that go up to it.
Does not sound attractive.
And you get
I mean, they are really attractive. At least you understood my alien invasion flying saucer description.
They do look like the flying saucer sitting on the top of a pole. That is what they look like.
Cool. Little space invasion.
So that is another option that I could quickly bring back, maybe an administrative report if you wanted to see the two different ones.
The flying saucer.
But I could live with 3. I like 3.
For the parking lot?
Yeah, if we're not going firm uniformity, if we're looking for something a little different in the parking lots and maybe the pedestrian areas, those are attractive.
I mean, if you want my recommendation, since I'm willing to offer it now, I would head with just the LEDs for parking lots. It's an easy design. And then for pedestrian scale lighting, we can go with this open Mitchell, which is consistent with Jeremiah Street.
I agree. Okay.
I think that may be an easy approach. And then we can talk about the Mitchell, and I can even bring back the other option, and maybe that can be incorporated in the MOU for some street level lighting.
So yeah, just tell all your options.
Thumbs up music.
Keep moving. Interior design, Gene, but I didn't get it, so I apologize.
Before I go through the other ones, is it safe to say that you want uniformity for all parking lots, town core or otherwise, all streets, town core as the rest of the balance? And then really it'll be unique just for some pedestrian lighting for this. If so, I'm going to fly through a lot of these. Okay. Now I'm going to move on to my 2 options for sidewalks. And what I have here is
The side bands.
so the option 1 is currently what's installed on Jeremiah, and option 2 is what you see everywhere else around town. And the question that I have is, what do you want to be installed on the town core? Do you want to continue with option 1?
I'd like it to be different. I think I'd like it to.
Does it add more money to the developers?
Yes. So the cost difference here. So and
More maintenance, ongoing maintenance.
Which one?
For us or them?
Well, if there are sidewalks, it would be our cost.
One
yes.
looks really nice.
Church Street sidewalks look like that one. The second one, right? The new ones. Yeah, they're nice.
That's normal, right? I'm talking about the first one is the side bands, right?
yeah, so Blake Mill provided me with some cost estimates, and just to give you a general idea, option 1 is 2.2 times more than your standard concrete for install. And we were really putting some inflation rates on the cost in 2007 when we installed it, and then using current cost of 5-foot concrete sidewalks. But again, it's about 2.2 times more expensive. So one runs about $100. Make sure I'm reading these numbers right. So one's $95 a linear foot, and the other one's $25 a linear foot. So, I mean, there is a cost difference between the two.
Well, there was a reason we chose all these options when Jeremiah Street was built. It was supposed to be the street that the rest of the town center kind of replicated. So, and I think we tried really hard to make it so that you knew you were in the town center versus any other sidewalk in town. So I'd like to, whether it's brick or something else, I'd still like to keep that.
Okay. Now, so we can do that for the town core if there's consensus.
Yeah, I like the idea of sort of differentiating. When you're walking in the town core, you know you're in the town core. It sort of sets it apart a little bit.
Okay, so I have at least 4 head nods, 5 head
So
nods.
something you're saying a little different than what we
nicer one.
traditionally have.
So
Yeah.
core versus the rest
Yeah.
of town center.
Now, town
Right.
center. Okay, so core, I think I saw consensus for nodding.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Now, how about the town center? So that's going to include that entire area that I showed you. Do you want it there, or is option 2 fine?
A lot of that already has option 2 already, right?
That is correct, and we have projects recently approved with option 2.
Option 2.
Option 2.
Yeah, because we're not going to go back and redo those just to.
You okay with that?
I like running on those second
Got
option
10
2.
minutes left on this.
Actually, we used up our time on this one.
Okay, so here's the next one. Again, kind of the questions. Option 1 is the crosswalk, Jeremiah Street. That would continue into the town core if I'm following the sidewalk theme. And then for option 2 is what we would see for the rest of the town center.
Can I just ask, with, sorry about this, is there any option for, with option 1, to have any lighting across the sidewalk, like built within the sidewalk? You know how you can illuminate the actual crosswalks themselves?
Everything's possible.
In the street.
Yeah.
Reflectors.
No,
You're saying
you're talking
reflectors.
actual lights.
No. He's talking reflectors.
No. I was actually talking
Actual
like
lights.
lights that when the
Couple
light is
of
red and
bricks.
you can walk across, it would illuminate. Some towns have it. It looks incredibly nice, and it's very, very.
I can.
I'm sure there's a cost involved.
Oh, there's a big cost involved.
Because that would be on us, because we're building the roads and the sidewalks.
That's maintenance cost for us, I think.
Yeah, we didn't even get the
Long-term benefit.
No, that would set it apart. But that sounds like you have head nods for your initial number 1 for the core, number 2 for the rest.
Okay.
And maybe do a little investigation on the cost of option 1 enhanced.
Okay.
Maybe do that for the library.
Liz, you had something to think about that?
I'm moving on, so.
Okay.
Is
Yeah,
that
I'm-
recyclable?
Yes. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
So you can order them several different ways. So
Is it twin one?
if I'm going to hit down the current theme that we have is focusing on town core first. Do you want to develop standards for the placement of benches and trash cans and recyclables?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, make it a requirement and we can come up with a standard.
Yes, please. Steve?
Can I say that those benches, you have an option of, I think, at a very low cost. I don't know how many benches you're putting. Put Morrisville on that benches.
I don't know what that cost is, but we just ordered some benches for the Town Center Walking Loop project that Planning and Public Works are working on, and they run about $800 a cost.
Yeah, I think we ordered for Breckenridge, but you can have that. So something you
So-
welded onto it
Oh,
almost,
no,
right?
it's like
Part of the
It's
design.
part of the
it's
design.
part of the
Yeah,
design.
It says the
yeah.
name.
So it
Probably
has
a
the
couple
name
$100
in there. So
more.
that comes as Town Center core if you have it.
So do you want to look into a different type of bench then?
Something the same thing. It's unique. So
See how much that costs.
Just stamp name in the back.
stamp
or
the
your
name
in
on
the
your
side.
back.
or the logo. I don't know.
Yes.
Whatever. No one will steal it.
But in general, you like these
Yeah,
designs.
it's on the picture.
Yeah.
In general, we like these designs, and we'd like the town core to require this type of treatment.
Then you want us to investigate how much more it would cost to start putting the logo in, and you do want recyclables.
Definitely
Not the
unrecyclable.
logo, just the name.
Name or whatever, just to have some kind of.
Have you seen the Breckenridge benches?
Nope,
Satish
but I
is
can
gonna
have a
send
field
you
trip.
picture.
I know what they're talking about.
They're nice. They're very
Okay.
nice.
Can you tell me the bottom right, is that trash and recyclable commingling, sort of? Co-located, I mean?
That image that I pulled off of a vendor site, it is. So the single one that I'm showing is approximately $100, and the double one was $1,600.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The double one that has one recycling and one trash, they're $1,600,
And the single is?
$800.
Oh, I thought you said
had
another
100.
number,
I
but
said
still,
100,
that's
I
a
heard.
lot. I thought you said 100 too.
I very well could have.
So it's maybe another discussion that I'd be interested in general, wherever we have a garbage can, we should have a recycling bin.
I agree.
I agree.
Does council feel similarly? Okay, so
Always pairing them together?
Absolutely.
Okay.
please.
Completely in favor of that.
Should have recycling.
Yes.
And just so I'm kind of putting this out there, just understanding that there is a cost associated with, our waste disposal. We currently handle it in-house through Public Works, but there is a cost associated with that. The next set of images are, again, out of the Street E design. Do you want to continue with that black post that we have for all of our speed limit signs, stop signs, and the like for the town core.
I believe that's attractive, and I know a lot of the HOAs and neighborhoods are moving in that direction too, to sort of refresh. Would there be something even nicer, or is that as nice as it gets?
I mean, there's a variety of options. This is just what was installed currently on Jeremiah Street. So I mean, my recommendation is just continue.
I think that's good.
And then bike rack, not so much the material, but do you want them to at least be black?
Yes. Sorry.
There's better design.
Sounds like you're getting head nods, yeah.
Yes. I mean, our UDO does not specify you have to have this U shape. Ours has some spacing requirements. But most cyclists like this, so there's also a circular shaped one with shaping. Currently, we leave it up to the developer, but if there's a very specific one that you want out there, so the entire street's the same, we can do that as well.
So how many do we have around the library? That's the main thing, right? Because that will generate a lot of bike racks. So do we have a number for that?
I can look it up and send it to you, but there is a minimum required per the code. I just don't know what the number is off the top of my head.
Because that's where the bike racks are.
Sure. I just want something more modern looking, that's all.
Yeah, and you've got bike racks that'll be at the Healthy Food Hub as well.
Oh, in the library, yep.
Would council be interested in asking if staff could see if there's any way to make them shaped like an M?
That would be kind of neat, wouldn't it?
We can go through the customization.
Or maybe somebody's already doing it.
There's several firms where you can go through and design them, you know,
They would not
however
understand
you
if there's a
desire.
bike rack there.
I mean, they may have one they can take with our lowercase m and make it look very similar to that.
Tubing. Yeah.
And maybe just for certain areas around the library to start off with. You wouldn't have to make it all over, but.
I'm happy to let the library know that we want an M.
So they'll say that they want W.
So,
Could be part of their art, 1% for art.
I'm going to ask that we not touch that budget for that right now. I'm still working on a project with them on that one.
Noted.
Itty bitty budget. So, dog waste stations. We currently don't have a method of spacing them. Do you want us to develop a method for having them installed in the town core?
Yes.
She does not live in the town core. She lives in the town center.
But there's one on Jeremiah Street already.
There is one there.
Yeah.
If our
And the
downtown
town
attracts
maintains it,
people, they're
right?
going to be coming down with their dogs. So,
Does the town maintain it?
It does.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what does it look like?
So
One of those,
it looks
right?
like exactly like
Yeah.
that. The staff is responsible for maintaining anything out in the public. Don't do the HOAs, but anywhere it'll be in this public area will be ours to manage.
So right now, we don't have any rhyme or reason for where we put them.
The rhyme or reason has been that we've put them up when we've gotten some grant monies, and so there's some on the greenways.
Because there's one on Morrisville Parkway, too.
Yeah,
And it's like,
I don't know who installed that.
Okay, so a yes to the same type of sign, a yes to having waste stations, yes to coming up with a uniform design for a bike rack, investigate an M. That's for the town core. How about for the rest of the town center? Do you want to have the higher end signs within the town center, or just the standard metal U-pole signs?
Standard is good.
Will it look uneven if new ones are black and the rest are not?
It's more of a cost. I mean, so if it's a residential development, the developer initially installs it. Wayward driver takes it out. We're maintaining the road. We replace it. So it's actually more of a cost long term. It's more expensive for us as a town to maintain these more expensive poles. I don't pay much attention to what the stop sign looks like. I think I pay more attention to where stop bars are located than the actual pole that the sign's on. It's just an aesthetic preference.
Well, it's a gray U channel or this nicer black one, essentially, is what you're offering us. Okay.
But can it? I know they're all green, so can it be all black? Because all the poles are all black, right? Is that the reason? Like I've seen always they being green all the time.
I know you can get. I'll look a little more. I'm sure you can get them in black and white.
White. We don't.
Referring to the dog waste stations.
Yeah, we don't need white.
So let me ask a question, Courtney. So if we're going to require these in the core area, and then a lot of the town center's already developed. The rest of kind of, Jeremiah that way is already developed. So now we're looking just further down Church Street that could be redeveloped. And I'm thinking when that is redeveloped, there's good potential that it may look similar to the core.
There's a possibility.
The core could end up being bigger, so why wouldn't we want to make sure it's all kind of consistent?
And with the upcoming land use plan, we weren't proposing on changing the core. We were going to keep the core consistent with DFI's recommendation. We were going to talk about the rest of the town center boundary and probably have conversations should it go across 54 still. So those are going to be part of conversations with the land use plan. So we could go extend out to the rest of the town center boundary and suddenly shrink it back, and so now I have developments over here that we required something that was more expensive and suddenly they're not part of this little special boundary. I mean, that's a possibility, but I think you can also have things creep further north, creep further south. We also have all the area to the east of, the groves, that's still left to be developed. I mean, there's some other pockets. You have Sotomayor property that's still left to be developed. And so there's some other areas. It just gets down to, do you want the core to look a certain way and then the rest to look different with regard to these features?
I think for maybe this one, it would be nice to have nicer, which would be the black for new development and redevelopment, as Councilmember Johnson said. So I guess I'd lean towards that. It'll be a little more expensive for the initial development. It'll cost us a little bit more to maintain, but it's heading in the righter direction of higher quality and a nicer appearance.
Because didn't we just ask that question for the one project up Church? We asked if we could somehow incorporate some of this. So
yes, you did, and they voluntarily put in the. I think it was a bench.
Mm-hmm. So it's. Yeah. Even if we don't say it right now, I guarantee you when the projects come in, we're going to say it. You might as well.
I'm good to say it now.
Okay. So I have two yeses for all of the town center for this. Images on the screen. 3.
Yep.
For this one.
2. Yes. So right now, we've all agreed town core. The question is now, is it town center wide? I think I have 1, 2, at least 3 nods. And yes.
Fine. I think it's.
This is black. Everything would be black and decorative.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. So then I have a yes on that. And just so we are all on the same page, there's going to be 2 phases of text amendments that are going to
We can read it.
moving forward. Don't expect you to read it, but these are 2 images that are most likely going to change. Matter of fact, I know they're going to change. Primarily, there's 2 factors at play here. So the image on the left is our current Main Street design standards that really cap the height at 2 stories. I think we're all well aware it's going much greater than 2 stories now. So the whole entire Main Street, as it is currently written, will primarily be rewritten again, which is fine. We're moving in a new direction. So that's going to be phase 2. But phase 1 is writing enough text amendments to allow the library to move forward and get approved. So you'll have 2 separate ones coming, same topic, but enough just to allow us to review and approve the library is going to be the first phase. Does anybody have any questions?
So how will you approve the library, so I'm just theoretically, because in the phase one, if you're saying library is still considered under two-story, right?
I would say the height is not the challenge for the library. There's some transparency requirements, setback requirements, building design requirements, material requirements. There's a host. Again, the Main Street was written for something to look along the line of Apex. A single standalone building, is not
So it's more
a
than
historic downtown. So there's a fair amount. We will allow the library project to submit, knowing it's non-code compliant. They've agreed to take the risk. Working with them closely, have a meeting, I think, in a week or two to talk about, there's a significant design element we're trying to get past, trying to come up with solutions to a problem that they have. Once we can kind of work that out, then they can really start designing the site. But again, revisions to setbacks, revisions to building materials, wall lengths, transparency, there's going to be a fair amount of text changes.
Doesn't they already do it already for Raleigh? Isn't this the same library that they? So Raleigh might have already done our work for us.
This library is a little bit different. So the challenge with this library is the sun orientation. The way we want them to orient the building is all the glass for Town Hall Drive and Carolina Street extension. The way the sun wants them to orient it is not that direction. So currently, there's a giant brick wall adjacent to Town Hall Drive, where all the mechanical equipment is located. Brick walls and pedestrian just don't mix. It's uninviting. It's not a friendly look. And then as you come around the traffic circle, there is a giant wall. And so we are working really hard to come up with solutions for that. And we've been working on it for several months now, trying to find solutions.
I think you will be able to.
I have no doubt in my mind that we are going to be
Have
able
a
to come up
water
with a
feature
solution.
just come down that whole wall.
I've sent them lots of ideas. I've been reminded that they are within a budget, and it's the last project in the bond. We are working, and I'm confident we'll come up with a solution.
Let's just put some movies on the side of that building right there. Nice. So are we done with that item? We're done with 3 of 6.
We are done.